That got me. Sorry, I know it got you guys too. I had the volume cranked up. I thought Shuff would have had audio on his thing. Oh, God, goodness. All right, give me a second here to bring this link up in this window. And Shuff, I seen Shuff had shared this. I posted it. And what time was it? Didn't say. Oh, yeah, doesn't say time. Deputies fire shot at standoff suspect, take him into custody. Oregon deputies took a man into custody Thursday after a day-long standoff at a Clackamas County home. I know I butchered that one. Deputies confirmed 2 of them opened fire at the suspect and believe he was hit. In a tweet, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office said the man was being taken to the hospital. Negotiators and a SWAT team responded to the 3700 block of Southeast Concord Thursday morning near the old Concord Elementary School building. They had been in a standoff since 7:30. Deputies said they fired a shot and gas into the home where the young man with the rifle was holed up. According to the sheriff's office, the man threatened his family with the rifle Thursday morning, which sparked the standoff. The sheriff's office said the man had some sort of mental health crisis. Family members made it out safely, and several apartment units near the scene were also evacuated. This is a developing story and will be updated. And we're looking... Okay, that was the last update. So, first update, SWAT incident on Concord still developing. A shot has been fired and gas has been deployed into the apartment. Second update says... 2 deputies did open fire on the suspect. They believe he was hit, but he still won't come out. And that was at 5:16 p.m., I would imagine, local time there. No, that wouldn't be possible because it's... wonder what time that would be. If that's my time. It's almost got to be my time. So anyway, that's what we have with that. I thought I saw something else when I was peeking for any new stuff. Oh, there's a 48-minute interview with Brandon Curtis. And Who Is Sincere did this interview. And I wanted to check it out. I'm still trying to catch all the other stuff coming out. But I wanted to get this interview. And I'm hoping that this interview has been taken within the last couple of days, because I really want to hear what he's got to say. I really do. I think they just it sounds to me like they abandoned those guys, and by they I mean the Idaho 3%. It seems to me like they just, they were there to form, to form a barrier in between the FBI and or the quote-unquote authorities. If you've been around here longer, I say quote-unquote authorities because my only authority is God. It doesn't mean I won't follow laws. It doesn't mean that I, won't respect a non-corrupt government. It just means that I know my authority is God. And then from there on, it's my decisions. And I decide to do good things. That's my choice, to do good things. I don't do good things because the police exist or the government exists or whatever. That's not why I do good things. I do good things because I'm a good human being, or I try to be a good human being. Do good things. I don't need a government to tell me, I need to be good. I don't do good things because but anyway, the police exist or the government exists. I thought that's what they were there for. I thought there was a buffer because I'm a good human being. Between I try to be a good human being. Do good things. I don't need a government to tell me where that buffer was. I need to be. I don't do good things because, but anyway, the police exist and the government. I thought that's whatever. They were there when I thought there was a buffer. We're still holed up in there too. I think they're full of it. I need a government. I think the Idaho 3% don't do good things. But anyway, I think they misled people. They were there when I thought there was people. Just my personal opinion. Still hold. I don't give that much of an opinion often, but I'm one that you should be able to take a man for his word. And I think they took the Brandon and the 3% for their word. they were going to have their backs. And I think they just absolutely just let them get away with it. So, it's slow down. Yeah, I think the 3% did let them down. You know, that's just my opinion. Oh no, I'm not really speaking on anything on the ones that were still at the refuge. Wait, what are you talking about? Hang on here. Because we didn't want to go as a group to help these guys. Roadblocks sucked. Couldn't even get into the town. We needed a coordinated movement. I agree with you. That's no reason for you to come in here and troll. There are some people that absolutely have no way to get out there or couldn't afford to go out there. A lot of reasons, I wasn't not out there just simply because it was cold or I didn't want to do it or no, there's just no way I could have done it, man. I mean, we have responsibilities and oh, they did ship. Okay, I'm just kind of catching up on stuff. Okay, and that's the interview that I'm getting ready to play. So, yeah, exactly, Transpan. That's what happened. They literally just bailed on him. So, I mean, last I knew that they were kind of looking over the leadership and all that. Yeah, well, it's not, Daniel, it's not over yet. Maybe the standoff at there is over. But and I apologize for coughing, I should have muted. There seems to be a growing amount of anger and a growing amount of people, from what I'm understanding on social media. I haven't had the time to really participate in social media, aside from what I am here. Live report on KOPB right now. Okay, give me a second. I will we'll try to get that up in a timely fashion. That's not what I wanted.
Support for OPB comes from our members and from Energy Trust
I
of
hope
Oregon,
this is
with
where the live
assistance and
report
connections
is.
to contractors who can help homes and businesses use solar energy. EnergyTrust.org.
Confirm that with Barbara, but I have spoken to her several times in my time here, and I've not heard her purposely mislead me or anything like that. Of course, you still have to confirm what she said, but it's very interesting that she found.
Lady Zaga, sorry if I missed you posting it.
Stay off the refuge and still be able to communicate with people. Very clear that she's communicating with people. And I asked her if she knew who was left at the refuge, and she speculated. I'm not going to speculate on the air, but we're working to confirm what she told us as soon as I get off the phone.
So that's your conversation with one of the now former occupiers. OPB had confirmed as of this morning that there were at least 4 people holed up there still, and it sounds like there's at least one now confirmed, and we're working to confirm that identity. Have you heard anything about next steps at the refuge? What might come next in terms of getting people working again?
Oh, sure. Well, we've been able to confirm, long before this even happened, that this is my federal sources have told me that this is going to be a month-long crime scene.
And I'll just repeat that. It's a little hard to hear you, John, saying a month-long crime scene.
I apologize. It is a month-long crime scene. What they mean by that is that this refuge is not going to open for quite some time. So even if, and hopefully, everybody comes home safe and secure, even if that happens, let's say 20 minutes from now, it's going to be at least a month, according to my federal sources, before this refuge opens up. So that means that there's going to be people working from home until then. And let's not forget here. I mean, there's a lot of movement and stuff. These employees who are just 3 miles down the road from where I'm standing right now have endured a lot. We have confirmed that they've endured kidnapping threats, that they've had their identity taken. Not taken, I should say, that their identity is compromised, the threat of identity theft. We've been able to confirm that, their personal information as far as credit cards, addresses. We know that, OPD obtained an email that showed that some of these employees were concerned that their kids might not return to school on time because they had to leave this area. So this has been a big ordeal for them in particular, and it's probably, it's likely to continue for at least the foreseeable future, not being able to return to work.
Okay, that's OPP's John Sepulveda reporting on the very fluid situation around the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge at this hour. We are waiting for a press conference from Burns, and we will bring you that press conference when it starts right here on OPB.
America's military veterans have been pushed to the front of the Republican presidential campaign. There's that Donald Trump rally in Iowa tonight.
All righty. Well, that was what we heard from there. So what I want to do, what I'm anxious to see and hear, is this interview with Brandon Curtis, and I just want to see what he's got to say. So. Yeah, we'll see. I've still got all kinds of information coming in from all kinds of sources. Let me mute that audio wherever it's coming from. Whatever window it's coming from, I should say. There it is. Okay, and we're going to go straight to this interview with Brandon Curtis. Again, I hope that it is after all this, or well, at least after Ammon was arrested and stuff. I hope this interview reveals just why they bailed.
Hey guys, what's going on? This is Sincere with A9 Radio Live and the All Rights Matter show. Listen guys, there's been a lot going on in Oregon. The situation is just volatile right now. We have a few guys that are still left at the refuge. Unfortunately, one of the patriots that was out there was actually killed by law enforcement. We're not sure whether that was FBI or state police as of yet. Maybe we can get a little clarification on that from Brandon, and that was Lavoy Finicum. So we're going to be talking about that, and we're going to be talking about a lot more details that are happening on the ground right now live in Oregon. So Brandon, are you there?
I'm here. How you doing?
All right, Brandon, what's going on? First of all, how are you? Are you okay?
I'm okay. Our crew's okay. We're tired. Obviously, it was a long afternoon, a long night, but we're good.
Good. Well, first of all, it's good to hear that you're safe. I mean, I'm sure, actually, I absolutely know that you've been following a lot of what's been going on, and you guys have been involved in a lot of what's going on, too. And, it's been a little bit hard reaching you, but the times that I have been able to, I see that you've been up on everything. So, just if you could just tell our listeners what's going on. Just give us a brief rundown of this last 24 hours. And I mean, what can you tell us?
Well, in the last 24 hours, it was brought to our attention that Ammon and several others from the refuge were heading up from Burns, Oregon to John Day, Oregon, into a different county. And on their way up to that meeting, which was going to be a meeting with ranchers up there who were also going to nullify their BLM leases, the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the Sheriff's Department engaged in a traffic stop to stop the two vehicles with the people from the refuge in those vehicles and attempted to make a traffic stop with them. Ultimately, the first vehicle stopped. They took those subjects into custody without incident. The second vehicle put his hands out of the door and said that he was unarmed. He wasn't going to cause any harm, but he was going to go see the sheriff. He needed to talk to the sheriff. So he pulled ahead about another 3/4 of a mile to where he found a roadblock. They had a roadblock in place. This vehicle had 5 passengers in it, three males and 2 females. And when they came up to the roadblock, the driver lost control or slipped on the ice and went into the snowbank right there. At which time he got out of the vehicle. This would be Lavoy Finicum, who was driving this vehicle.
Okay.
He got out of the vehicle with his hands in the air.
Okay.
And he said he's had his hands in the air saying, "Don't shoot," I believe. But then he followed up with that as, "If you're going to shoot me, just shoot me now." And I believe they were giving him commands to walk towards the back of the vehicle, which he was doing. And had his hands in the air, no visible weapons, saying, "If you're going to shoot me, just shoot me." And so they shot him 3 times and ultimately fatally shot him and killed him.
Oh, man. I tell you what, it's, just listening to you say it, it's surreal of actually, so many stories that we hear, going across the United States right now and dealing with law enforcement and just this mentality of, your life is in my hands and I can just take it if I want to. And it's okay if I take your life because nothing's going to happen to me because you're technically the bad guy. Even though these guys are the freedom fighters that are fighting against tyranny from a tyrannical government that is clearly and legally in the wrong. And, it just doesn't matter. I mean, this tyrannical government can have... They have thugs. That's what they have. They have a bunch of thugs that are running around and enforcing laws that are not really laws. They're not because they're not legal. So, I'm sure when Lavoy put his hands up and we've seen the video. Anybody that's been watching what's going on, we've seen the video of the reporter that was talking to him before, and we knew that what his mentality was. He was there for a serious reason. He understood freedom. He understood being a patriot, and he also understood that he could die. And
Lavoy was I knew Lavoy. Very good guy. Family man, wife, kids, grandkids. Just always happy, And I'm going to get a little emotional here, but a good guy. And he didn't deserve to be gunned down in cold blood.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nobody deserves that. And I'd hate to say it, especially in a moment like this, but we wouldn't be Anon Radio if we didn't speak the truth. The way that the media wants to paint this picture and the way that they want to paint him, it's mighty funny that he would be the first one to die. To me, I find that rather interesting. And I don't want to imply that it was a plot, but, a lot of things that we see are false flags, they're plots, and we never know what goes on behind that curtain, that blue line curtain, unless you're actively living in that lifestyle. You don't know what the conversation is before the incident. So I don't know, if they had it planned and if they had it already out for them, but I do know one thing, they don't have a good attitude towards anyone that's there. And I believe that, I pray that no one else dies, but I believe that they do mean more harm to more people that are there.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't understand, where they conducted this traffic stop. They followed them up into the area there. It's in a canyon between the two counties and the two towns where there's no comms, no communications whatsoever, no cell phone. They basically put them into a fatal funnel, if you will. And, the facts I'm sharing with you are from an eyewitness that was sitting in the vehicle next to Lavoie, who we spoke with and sat down with. So I believe them to be very accurate. And knowing Lavoie, that's not his demeanor isn't to be aggressive. I know there's another guy that put a video out there saying that, he was in the other vehicle, but he was also a mile down the road because there was a separation between the two vehicles. And he said that Lavoie tried to charge the officers. I don't believe that. The eyewitness account that I have refutes that. To take them into that position there, into that what we call a kill box in a roadblock like that. She said there was even FBI agents or law enforcement up on the hillsides above the road, like in sniper positions. So that tells me that they had intended to ambush them and had intended to take somebody's life. And it's really unfortunate.
Yes, it's absolutely unfortunate. And this is something that I talked about recently. I haven't talked about it too openly, but I'll say it now. This is to them, they're using a lot of their tools and toys and stuff that, that law enforcement and the FBI play with. And, they have LiDAR scanners and all kinds of stuff that's out there that 99% of the public doesn't even know what it is. And when you take into account all these toys that they have and all this manpower that they're putting in all these, positions for just a few people in some vehicles, it's it just goes to show what our government is really about. When they could have sent a couple suits, met at the community center there in town and sat down and had a conversation. But that was obviously, too easy to do. Instead, send the troops of the FBI and a whole bunch of firepower.
Yeah, it's really easy. That didn't need to end that way. They had far more law enforcement in place there than there was people in that vehicle. With my background in law enforcement, as we know, it was absolutely uncalled for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And listen, not to make the situation uncomfortable or anything like that, but I have some listeners that have a couple legitimate questions, and actually one legitimate question. We could sum it up in one. As all of this was going down, and I know you're going through a lot, with Lavoie, being gunned down the way he was by law enforcement. But with that happening, folks have wondered, what is the situation like as far as the perimeter security? Why weren't they protected? Why weren't there more people there? Where were the Oath Keepers? Where were the 3%ers? Where were these groups that are supposed to be there protecting, the refuge? Like I said, I don't want to lay it on you too thick, but I'm getting a lot of those questions, and I want you to kind of address that as far as what the position of your men were, and you going into this.
No, that's a good question. It's a hard one to answer and swallow right now, but it needs to be addressed because I've been getting a lot of hate mail and a lot of threatening messages saying that, the 3%ers should have been there because we said that we would be that security buffer. We said no more free Wacos, and I own every bit of that. We have as much manpower on the ground there as we can. There was also a drop in communication, and I certainly don't want to lay it on, lay fault anywhere, point fingers. That's not what this is about. but there was a breakdown in communication as far as them being mobile and on the road. We didn't even know they were heading there. So we would normally be advised ahead of time so we can get our security and convoy in place. It didn't happen this time, and we didn't even know they were on the road or which route they were taking. So I think they were running late and behind schedules from what it seemed like to me, and they just took off. So we weren't able to catch up to them. And we own that. It's not an easy thing to swallow, but it's reality too. We can't be everywhere all the time, and we can't read people's minds as much as we'd like to.
Absolutely. I'm listening, and I can kind of tell that it's a hard situation. I'll just say that that's a hard thing to really think about. Especially when when protocol is normally followed. You guys probably it's probably like you probably don't go pick them up or something, but you probably converge together. So when you go between that path, I'm guessing between the refuge and actually the town, which is probably a 20-something mile distance, that there's protection and cover.
Yeah, and they were headed up to the other side of town there. They were headed to the north, or the refuge to the south. So this was something outside our normal patrol area in regards to traveling and convoys and security.
Okay.
So it was just a breakdown in communication. I know those guys are just as busy as we are, and if you get behind schedule, you just go. And I know that they went. They had 8, 9 people.
Yeah.
10 people with them total.
Okay.
Actually 11 people total, I guess.
Oh wow.
You would think that would be enough.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't feel like they really needed the escort. I don't know what they were thinking. It's
now, how many ways into the refuge are there? Is there one road in, one road out, or is there a couple different ways?
There's 5 different ways in and out of that area and the refuge.
Okay. Now, this is another question, I guess, that is coming through too, is, if there's a few different ways in and out of there, and based on the manpower that they had ready to ambush these guys, I mean, we're talking, 2 carloads of folks that
Hang on here. I was over there making tea, trying to get caught up in some daily stuff. Because our kind of daily life has been totally changed. So anyway, I have to call that out. I have to call it out right now while it's fresh in people's minds. Now, maybe 5 to 8 minutes or so ago, he was talking about how they didn't even know that they were taking a trip or the route that they were taking or anything else. He said that they did not know. Now, he just said, maybe a minute or two ago, I had to real quick finish what I was doing before I could run away from the kitchen. He said that there were, they were talking about 11 people or whatever, and he said, I figured that was enough. We didn't figure that they needed any more. So which one is it, Brandon Curtis? Did you know about the trip? Or did you not know about the trip? I would do anything to interview him, because one of my first questions would be, if you, and I'm not trying to just be combated or against Brandon Curtis or any, I'm picking this apart like any responsible human being would do. And I would like to know the truth to some of this stuff. I would love to interview him, but he probably wouldn't allow it because I'm not going to kiss his butt. So once they found out about Lavoy Finicum and this traffic stop, even if they didn't know about Lavoy right away, but once they found out about this traffic stop, why didn't they immediately go to that refuge and surround that refuge? Because I thought they were all behind getting the truth out and all these documents out and all this stuff. And they just left. They just dropped it all. Goodbye. Somebody in the chat a while ago said that the 3% didn't, before I left to go do that stuff, that the 3% was just there to more or less hand intel over to the opposition. I'll tell you what, I don't know of a lot of people that could go rolling up on an FBI compound like that and not get shot. I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think over time there will be more and more answers to some of these things. I could be wrong, but I would love to hear what he has to say. But there's not a lot of people, I don't think, that would ask them kind of questions. So, trying to see what Clovis was talking about that she heard. But anyway, I really need to finish this tea. I wanted to step in there, jump in there, and these are just observations I'm making. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not doing anything other than observing and trying to do so without emotion. Remember, I talked about this earlier. We have to be careful when we approach things. We have to pull emotion out of it, because if we don't, we're going to get, we're going to get put on the path that they intend us to be put on. So anyway, that raised a lot of question, because at first he says that they didn't know nothing about it. And then next thing you know, he says, well, we figured that would have been enough people. So whichever one it is. Exactly, Candy. That's all I'm trying to do, is be unbiased. I want the chips to fall where they should fall. Not where they commonly do fall. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Renee. That would be 5:30 their time, I suppose, which would make it 7:30 our time. Okay, thank you for announcing that presser. That'll give me enough time to get what I'm trying to get done, and and then get back here for that presser. For now, I'm going to turn this interview back on. I just wanted to pull that out, mention that while it was still fresh in people's minds. So, and I seen to the one that just sent me another Facebook message. I'll get to that as soon as I sit back down at the computer, because I've got to get this tea finished, and I'd like to run through the dishes real quick. But there's a good 30 minutes left in this, which gives me more than enough time to do that. So let me get back to this interview. I'll try to not cut into it again, but I wanted to get that while it was fresh in people's heads.
Ambush with snipers on the hill and also men on the ground with the blockade. How do you think they knew their position? Outside of, especially if it's being, outside of their normal, ordinary routine of things.
Well, it's good. They survey the people. They follow, they watch. They're flying drones over there, and they have aircraft, so they're watching what everyone's doing. And I'm also sure that that crew made it known they were going to go up there to that signing up there in the neighboring county for the ranchers. So they knew the course of action. We knew they were going to head up there too. We just didn't know which direction they were going, or which time. Yeah. What time it would be.
So they were pretty much just tracking their schedule for the day.
Right. Or they're just watching them, and then they knew they might have to go up through that way. There's another way up to actually there's up to John Day. There's probably 3 different routes, and I'm aware of maybe even 4. For all I know, they could have had the same thing set up on every route, not knowing which way they were going to go. There was hundreds of federal agents last weekend in that town, so they certainly had the manpower to carry out whatever they needed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if you have a 15, 20 man post and you have that on 2 or 3 streets, you've covered everything, and you still have additional manpower. So yeah, they absolutely had the numbers there, and you actually came on the show and released the photos the last time, and we did put those out, and it was well received. So we've seen all the vehicles that are there. There is a very, very sizable presence in the area. I want to kind of move forward and focus on right now. For the last, I'm going to say about 13, 14 hours maybe, they have been live streaming from the refuge. A young man, I believe, by the name of David. And, there's, they're locked in. There's a lot of trolls online that are saying a lot of things, and they probably don't get the stance and the position of those folks that are in the refuge and what predicament that they're currently in and how serious it really is. Do you have any insight as far as how those guys are doing that are currently still locked down? Is there any communication with them? Is there any kind of talk of what might come next, whether any of them are going to be extracted or whether they plan on staying there and seeing this thing out to the most unfortunate of ends?
I don't have contact with any of the people that are currently up there. Everyone that I had contact with there has left the refuge and has vacated. I don't even know how many individuals are left up there. There is a perimeter. The roads are blocked by law enforcement on the way up there. So it's our perimeter obviously has been pushed back, so we can't get close to see. I have been following that live stream. When it's up, it's kind of in and out, but I don't know. It seems to me from the live stream that I'm watching and the actions that they're taking with building the bunkers and the the berms and whatnot, that they unfortunately might be there till the very end.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as well. I saw that myself, and I just pray for them. I pray for them. I pray for their families. I seen Lavoie's daughter had posted up something a little bit earlier about how they killed her father, and there was a surreal moment there because you realize that it's just not these guys that are at a refuge, drinking beer and hanging out with each other, having a good time. It's much more serious than that. And when a man of Lavoie's caliber would be willing to just give up all of that, in the name of saying, hey, look, we need to do something now because the federal government is, if we don't do something now, the federal government is going to win this battle in the hearts, in the minds, and now physically in the lives of people, and there's no turning back. So when you have a man that stands up like that, I think we should really take a second to think about the folks that are really in there right now. Maybe they're not, some of the guys that are left, they're not all the most sophisticated guys and, or anything like that, but they still love this country. They still love their rights. They love their Constitution. And I believe that there's something that we could all learn from that.
Yeah, you can't fault the guy for his convictions and his beliefs, and that's what they're doing. Even though I may not agree with it, I'll never speak against somebody for doing that. I respect it. It may not be the way I would do it, but hey, if that's their belief and they're that convicted, what can you say? Lavoie loved this country, heart and soul. I met Lavoie 6 months ago when we spoke and talked about us coming down there to help him with his ranch and the fight he had against the BLM. Got to know him during that time and spoke with him and saw him up at the refuge there. And that man truly loved this country.
Wow. And I could tell that he did, just in the couple pictures that I seen with his daughter, they were really, it's those moments in life kind of pictures where you can see there's special moments, you know what I mean? And a man is truly blessed when he can have special moments, especially with his daughter. And you can't have any more blessings in life than that. You can't ask for any more than that. So he was truly blessed. I want to also talk to you about some of, there's been some people that have seen a few things around there. Has anybody come to you with like any eyewitness accounts of any anything that they've seen maybe on the other side that your guys weren't on, or something like that, like anything that would be of significance?
Yeah, I mean, we I mentioned earlier that my recollection and talking about what I know had happened up there and transpired was from an eyewitness that was in the vehicle with Lavoy. She not only explained what we already covered as far as how Lavoy was shot and fatally killed. After that happened, the law enforcement agencies had they shot the vehicle up. I mean, she said she couldn't even count how many rounds went into that vehicle. Her guess was over 100.
They shot the vehicle up?
Yeah. They threw CS gas canisters into the vehicle with passengers inside. And then after they did that, they shot the vehicle up again.
With the passenger still in there?
Yeah, and ultimately, Ryan Bundy took a round, was shot in the shoulder while he was hunched down on the floorboard of the vehicle. So he took that round while he was in the vehicle.
Oh wow! So he was shot in the shoulder, and they shot multiple shots into the vehicle, and that's the first vehicle.
That was the vehicle that went around and ended up stopped at the roadblock.
Oh, okay. That's the one that was the second vehicle, but it ended up being the first one.
Correct.
Okay, and that's the one that Lavoy was in, and now if Ryan was in there, do you know if Ammon was also in there?
Ammon was in the other vehicle that had stopped.
Okay, and was he the driver of that vehicle?
No, he was the passenger.
Okay, do we know who the driver of that vehicle was?
I'm not sure who the driver of the first vehicle, which ended up being the second vehicle. I'm not real clear on who the driver was of that.
Okay.
I think it was a gentleman by the name of Mark, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
The focus obviously has been on the vehicle that where Lavoy was driving, because he was the one obviously shot. So
yeah, definitely. Well, I tell you what, that's new information to me. I didn't know that they had shot the vehicle up either. I mean, it just goes to show how overzealous these folks are. They don't see a weapon being pointed at them. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They'll say that someone used the vehicle or used the car, or or whatever. They've done it all. They've said it all. So
what's interesting too, Sherrod, is that two things. 5 hours before that, Ammon Bundy was on the phone with an FBI negotiator, and the FBI negotiator had agreed to set up a meeting with him in a public location so they could meet face to face. 5 hours before this, that's what was discussed, and I guess they just decided to disregard that and start shooting people.
Okay, yeah, I had put out a video by a gentleman, I believe his name was Jason Patrick, if I'm not mistaken. And as the blockade was up, there was a local reporter that's there in town, that met Jason at the blockade as he was coming through the blockade, and they actually talked about that. He was on the phone with the FBI in the video, and that's what he was asking them, like, why did you cancel the meeting with Ammon? Because you knew that the media was going to be there. What pretty much he was just questioning why they canceled it, and blaming their reason for canceling it also on the fact that there was going to be a media presence. And we know that once the FBI gets rid of the media, things
are going to happen.
Yeah, rules are out the window.
Yep.
So I mean, you guys definitely had all reason to be nervous, I guess you could say, at that once that cancellation actually happened, because that's a clear sign that negotiations are quickly falling apart, and the negotiations that they never really tried having in the first place.
Right. And it's also my understanding that during the situation in the vehicle with the gunshots and the shooting, two of the passengers in that vehicle were in fact video recording the entire thing. So it'd be interesting to see from their phones. So it'd be interesting to see if that video gets released to the public by the FBI. You know, why we're talking about transparency of the FBI.
Ah, very excellent. So there's two possible recordings that are associated with this shooting. So it's not like, even if the recordings aren't great recordings, we can still at least get the audio so we can hear what the situation is like.
Yes, exactly. You know, I'm sure the video portion that's not going to be very good if it's on the floorboard, but certainly the audio would be great.
Well, Brandon, I tell you what, brother, I'm happy that you're safe. I'm happy that given the circumstances that there is one death, one fatality. I'm happy that there's not more. But we still can't neglect to remember, that there's gentlemen that are still out there. There's patriots that are out there, Americans that are out there. I've been looking at them for the last few hours, and I know that I'm looking at what is potentially dead men walking. And
yeah, I would agree with you.
And still, I don't understand the reason behind that when it's so easy to just take one person or two people to walk up there unarmed, or even to send a armored vehicle up there and say, throw something out the window and say, hey, we want to talk, we want to negotiate, we want to discuss things. But I see, through the live feed that they're flying the helicopters above them, they're flying the drones above them. I'm even seeing something else that's a little weird. I'm actually going to point this out to you now, and maybe you want to take a look at this. I was talking to my producer about it, and she saw it too. There's ever since the morning hours, these 3 chemtrails popped up in the sky, and they're perfect lines, perfect chemtrails, but they're dark in color, and they're solid, and
right.
they have not moved. In my recollection of watching the video the whole time, from wherever he puts the camera at, they show up, and it's just over the like this mountain line that's right behind them, and right behind the big caterpillar machinery that they have in the video. But there's a black line that goes there, and every time he moves the camera, it's not on his lens or anything, it's absolutely in the sky. And like I told my producer, I said it's not like any chemtrail I've ever seen, and I believe that they're honestly out there playing with their new toys. I really do.
Yeah, very well could be.
Oh yeah, very well could be. And
I noticed that in live feed too. I saw that as well.
Where was that again?
In the live feed you're talking about, I saw that as well.
Yeah, and it's odd what they have going on out there, and none of it is, like I said, none of it is working towards actually having any kind of resolution through actually speaking about through negotiating. But Brandon, I don't want to keep you up. I know you have a lot to do. I know there's a lot of movement going on right now. I want to touch on one other thing before we get off of here. There's been some videos that have come out. I'm not even sure whether you know about it, but there was an attack that also happened. While the FBI was busy canceling their meeting with Ammon, simultaneously a group actually popped up. I'm not even going to really mention their names because I don't want to give too much credence to them. But an anonymous sect popped up and said that they were going to take you guys out, and started attacking the donation sites and the websites. Can you speak on that a little bit? I mean, has that affected you guys in any kind of way?
No, it hasn't. I mean, I saw that. It just goes to show, for all the good things you do and all the supporters you have twice as many that just want to do something to harm you. And I firmly believe it's because they, they're not out here on the front lines doing what we do. And, for whatever reason, they just need to, be haters, if you will. And we're used to it, and it won't slow us down, and we'll just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good thing right there. I just want to tell you firsthand. Especially speaking from Anon Radio Live, we've supported you guys since day one, and we've gotten a lot of information first from you well before anyone else had it, and we really appreciate that. And you guys have been transparent with us, so that's what we offer our listeners, and it's what the people what the people respect, I think you can say. So when you get people out there that are just being haters, as you would say,
Yeah.
You just kind of have to ignore them. You have to kind of keep moving on. You have to kind of keep doing your thing, and just kind of let that be what it is. So I believe those guys, yeah, they are haters, but I also believe that it may be a little bit deeper. Like I said, I was kind of leaning towards. It's just mighty odd that simultaneously, at the same time, as this FBI thing is going on with Ammon, that this whole group of people that no one knows who they are, would pop up and declare a full war on websites. And to me, I felt like it was just a big distraction, because where are those guys today?
And we've had a bunch of people attack us on our page and on my Facebook page and send us emails, and my response is always the same. I haven't seen you in Burns. Where are you at?
Yeah.
If you think you can run it better, come on down. I'll hand the reins over gladly. And typically at that point they just leave you alone. But that's the reality of it. If you want to sit back and armchair quarterback, and you want to sit back and complain, get off your hiney and get out of your chair and come on out.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I believe that the guys and girls behind that, though, I believe they have quite cushy, comfy jobs with the government. So they probably don't want to come out of those places to come help protest. And that's how I kind of see that situation. Whenever you see situations like that pop up, those simultaneous things are not just coincidences. It's a full-scale attack, and included with the PSYOP. So,
I think that's their role. Actually, they're hired and designed to do that.
Yes, absolutely, just to cause the disturbance so that the official narrative can get passed to the people. And unfortunately, it's working. To some extent, it's working now. With that being said, and how I obviously feel about it, and how do you feel about what's going on right now, like the direction of what's going on? Like, in closing, what do you see coming out of this? Do you see, kind of in the broad sense, do you see our nation moving forward and saying, hey, this was the right thing? We get it. We have to collectively stand up towards our government. Or do you see just maybe this light in the fire and a few people to continue the fight a little bit?
Well, this is a very fine line. This is a hard question to answer, Sherrod. The situation in Burns is going to change things in history forever. There's a lot of media, there's a lot of spotlight, there's a lot of attention on Burns, Oregon, and it's really unfortunate that the FBI did not see that, and all the law enforcement officers that are involved did not, they did what they typically do, and we've been saying all along that we know that there's going to be any aggression that's going to be done by the FBI. And here you have it. Case in point. It's a continual problem with them. I don't, like I said, I have an eyewitness account that was sitting in that truck, and the first persons that pulled that trigger were the government. And I firmly believe they had a reason for that. I firmly believe they wanted to cause more damage than what they did do. I don't understand why they launched CS canisters of gas into the vehicle, put over 100 rounds in the vehicle. It just doesn't make any sense. If you really, a reasonable person can sit back and realize what the bigger picture was there. And what this is going to do, it's going to light a fire in the Patriot Nation, and it'll never be the same. It's certainly not going to slow us down. If anything, it's going to push us harder. That being said, there's been a lot of calls to action to go to Burns, Oregon from all kinds of militias and patriot groups and organizations. And I just want to urge and encourage those that are coming out to go there for the right reasons and do so with calm, cool, and collective heads. We we can't lose ourselves in this to where we lose the entire war that we're fighting. We are going to maintain, a presence in town at the request of the community. They've reached out to us all night and all day, asking us to be there. They're scared. They're concerned. We've built the trust with them, so we will continue to be there to help them, and just give them some sense of security. The other thing we will do is we are going to continue to be there to conduct our investigations with Judge Grasty and the previous sheriff and the corruption going on in the county. We are not going to let up on that.
Absolutely, and I think that's what is very important to do, because when we trace back the roots of everything that's going on, that's what it all boils down to, is information. And that's what the Hammonds were locked up for, is information, and they decided to use information in a negative way against the Hammonds, in an illegal way against the Hammonds, by locking them up twice. And I believe the same thing applies for a lot of those folks that are sitting in the local, state, and national government positions and law enforcement positions. Is they have just as much dirt as anybody else in life, and a lot of times a lot more. And there's never any accountability, and I believe that this is what the whole situation is about. The federal government has overstepped their boundaries as far as taking land from the people. It's going on for a long time now. Videos have come out with BLM folks laughing, literally laughing at the ranchers because they're losing their land. And yet, you can't get any accountability through the appeals process. You can't get any accountability any other kind of way. So people ask me, they say, well, why do you sympathize? I get some of my black friends that ask me, they say, well, you support Black Lives Matter, and then you created, All Rights Matter. What is this? What are you doing sympathizing with this? I don't get it. And I try to tell them that's why I created All Rights Matter, is because I realized a long time ago, look, this is about rights. That's all that this is about. And as long as we can all focus on the one thing that's important to us all, which is rights, then it doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what class you are. We're fighting, if you will, the demons of classism. We're fighting a tyrannical government of elite people that have a lot of money, and they want to control us. So
Absolutely.
In that control, they take our money, they take our land, and they leave us with nothing. And we're left as being economic and eventually physical slaves. And the people don't see that. And, how do you feel about that, Brandon?
No, you're exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. And like I've said on this show many times, the Constitution knows no colors, and it applies to everybody. And, someone tagged me somewhere at some point, and I'm glad you brought up, skin color. There was a gentleman standing somewhere, not sure what it was, a different town, and he's a black gentleman. He's holding a sign that says #Ranchers Lives Matter. And doesn't that, if that doesn't make a statement, I don't know what is. What would?
Absolutely. And it does. And that's what it all boils down to. And that guy, he got it. He understood that, like you said, the Constitution doesn't have a color, and that all rights matter. Everybody has rights under that Constitution, and we should all be afforded those rights. There's always the argument of, well, we're not all considered as, equal under the Constitution. But in today's day and age, we are. Now, what we have to fix, and maybe, this is too much for this conversation, we'll save it for another time, but what we have to fix, and if we would have got deep enough into the conversation, is the Enabling Act for the states. This goes back a long time, and there's a good pastor online, I forget his name, he actually breaks all of this stuff down, and he talks about the Enabling Acts and how they don't fit with the Constitution. So the Constitution being the supreme document, those Enabling Acts for the states that, which enabled them to become states, they should be null and void, because the federal government purposely wrote out a contract pretty much to the state saying, yes, this is your state, this is your land, but we're still going to control territory within your state and your land. And there's only been a couple states that have actually picked up on that after all these years, that they've been states, they picked up on it. And within the last few years, I believe Utah and Texas have pretty much responded to the federal government saying, hey, wait a second, you're going to have to clarify your terminology in this enabling act, because, you have 30 days or 60 days to do it, or else we are claiming these lands as state property and no longer federal lands. But these kind of issues and these kind of stories never hit the media, and we didn't get a chance to really discuss this, throughout this whole ordeal, because people were getting too caught up in this or that. But when we get down to it, it gets down to the legal terminology. It gets down to the real basis of why all of this is going on. And the government and the media have been very good at shielding the fact that this case stinks and it's very ugly, and they did not want to bring this case before a court because the federal government would absolutely lose, and the Bureau of Land Management would never get funded again.
Right. Exactly.
So, and there's a lot of jobs that rely on that. I actually did some research into it, and I see that, they have companies that do the LiDAR detection, where they do, they map out all the scenery and stuff like that. I mean, this is big business we're talking about. A whole bunch of alphabet agencies involved. So, what you guys are doing out there is it's a big thing, and the federal government knows it, and they've been definitely working hard with the media to shield the real reasons that these people are up at the refuge.
Yeah, and those guys up there, again, they have strong convictions, and they're gonna, they made it very clear if you watch their live stream, they're not going anywhere.
Oh yeah, they made it absolutely 1,000% clear. I can honestly say that, and they have more balls than I'll ever have. I'll be, the first American to tell you that. I can't say ever have, because I served in the military, so it wouldn't be too much for me to do that. But to do that and to get out of your comfort zone, as far as what we all love, what we all enjoy, and for some of those gentlemen, they've been up there since day one, and I'm sure there's a couple of them that haven't even gone home yet. So, that's a tremendous amount of dedication. And I mean, it's not, like it's dedication towards a cult or anything like that. These guys are walking around with constitutions in their pocket.
Right. And I guess, if you stand for the Constitution, you pull a Constitution out of your pocket, that's a threat. I think the federal law enforcement technical term was a kook.
Yeah. How about that? and of course, they would use something like that and say something like that because they know that Constitution means nothing to them. I'm sure they have Constitution toilet paper. So, honestly, man, these guys, that's how they stroll around. They stroll around like they're above the Constitution, they're above us, and they're untouchable because they know that they're protected by their uncle, and his name is Sam. So, Well, listen, Brandon, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I want to go ahead and let you go ahead and get in your plugs and let folks know where they can, follow you and stay updated with, any updates that you guys may have.
No, and I appreciate the time on here. I'm just thankful you guys are here to get the facts out and the true story, and the real information is what people need to hear, not what this lamestream media, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody out there, if you're listening to lamestream media, as Brandon calls it, turn it off, guys. Turn it off. Mainstream media, MSM, is just as good for you as GMOs. So right. Turn it off. It's not good for your brain. It is, it's just a bunch of extra flashy colors and a bunch of breaking news that's not really factual news, and it's brainwashing the people. So, Brandon, what's your website that folks can actually go to and get some information about your organization, the Idaho 3 Percenters?
Sure, it's www.iii%idaho.org, and we're trying to keep that updated as quickly as possible with information. there's a tab there called Operations, and that's where this information's at. It's changing so quickly; it's hard for us to keep up. But more importantly, we also have a spot there, to help donate to our resources. Everyone here is volunteer. Everything comes out of our pocket, so we rely on donations for food and fuel. So please go there, support what we're doing, and $5, $10 doesn't matter. Any amount helps.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I actually I have one more question for you. We've been working with Luke Radowski from We Are Change, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with his channel.
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, he's a pretty much a world famous guy. He travels, he's international, he's always breaking the big stories everywhere. And Luke's a wonderful guy. He's actually going to be out there landing. As a matter of fact, let me look here. He's probably on the ground now, so or actually arriving very shortly. I want to put him in contact with you. Is it okay if we put Luke in contact with you, and maybe he'll throw you in a video or something like that? But
absolutely.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and he's there for the truth as well. And he's been working with my producer, for quite some time too. So we'd like to include him in our family of things here at Anon Radio, and definitely put him in contact with you, because we've just been so blessed by the fact that you've come on and shown so much transparency to us and been open and vocal with us. So Luke is definitely an extension of our family.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything we can do to help. Feel free to get him in touch with me, and we'll get him plugged in.
Okay, absolutely. All right, and one more time before we head out, what's that website again?
Oh, it's www.iii%idaho.org, and just click that donation link at the top, or operations for updates and information. You can also go to our Facebook page, our organizational Facebook page. You just type 3% of Idaho. We're putting updates there as well.
Okay, well, we thank you, Brandon, for coming on with us, and for all you guys and girls that are out there listening. I'm going to urge you, download the app, guys. That's how you're going to get push notifications whenever we go live, and we have special shows like this that aren't on our regular schedule on Anon Radio Live. Make sure you get that app. It's just going to take you a few seconds to download it. It's not in the Google Play Market. It's a custom app that we have, and we can't put this kind of information in the Google Play Market. So, you guys make sure you get that. And again, tune in to Anon Radio Live. Make sure you go to my Facebook fan page, the All Rights Matter Show. And Brandon, we thank you, and we'll be talking to you again shortly. You make sure you stay alert and stay alive.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right now.
All right.
Is it safe to come out now? Wow. Hang on. Okay. So, anyway, let's see, we got morons in the chat again, huh? Oh, morons that... Do what, babe? Hang on while I have a little bit of fun myself. Oh, I don't know. Just some clicky and...
Henry just friended me on Facebook to see my watermelon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll be able to see chat again in a moment. I'm just taking care of business. I didn't get yelled at that time. That's because Jen's not got her headset on. She must not have heard me singing.
I did hear you. I did hear you singing.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't do it yet. Okay, maybe a little bit I did it. Just a little, though. All right, let's see what is up. Huh. Okay, so I'm just going to play Shuff's 3 videos. I don't know where they are. Anyway, I'm going to play a few videos about what's going on. As for other comments related to that interview, it just doesn't seem, something doesn't seem right. The operational security, I would have thought that they would have immediately gotten at least into or around the refuge, or they would have done something. It's live now. Yeah, if it's live now, let me try to... crap. If it's live now, KATU's probably covering it. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Save even more on floor samples, demonstrators, and closeout inventory.
Right now I'm seeing how I can...
Sale ends Sunday at Sleep Train.
Hang on. Watch news conference.
In the Pacific Northwest.
That's one of the options I have here.
Power and performance.
Hang on.
Comfort and style. Safety and...
All that for that. Has it already aired or is it about to air? Making my way back to chat. Coin has it live? Okay, hang on. I did have them up. I don't know why I don't still. Coin News live stream. All right, we'll see. Let's see how it's going here.
.7%. Freddie Mac says they've seen a straight month of declines. In fact, back in December, the federal...
Okay, that's what I have on Coin right now. I'm talking about mortgage rates at the moment. Okay. Watch dude live thing in 5 minutes live thing in 5 minutes. Okay, Candy, thank you.
Watch dude live thing in 5 minutes, live thing in $minutes.
I know what she meant. Thanks, guys. We do have some awesome people here, that's for sure. Here we go. Ow! Dude, really? Enough. Sorry, folks. Try that with, I don't know how many of you have headsets on, but I definitely apologize to those of you that do. I felt the pain, literally. There you go. That's a microphone, not a freaking buzzsaw. I think they plugged their saw straight into the microphone jack on the camera. Yeah, well, they're divorced. As far as I know, Clovis, they're divorced. Well, I think Deb, of course, was a co-host, but I caught on quite a while ago that there was something between them, so it wasn't of a shock when that officially came out. I wasn't too shocked. He was married. I don't know that he's still it.
Can anybody hear me?
Oh, holy crap.
Thumbs up?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me in the back row?
Jesus. Some Madonna now. Whoever is in control of the microphone needs fired.
You're over there, dude.
I'm not in control of that microphone.
I see what you mean.
I'm trying to hover over my mixing board here so that we don't get deafened. As my dad would say, deef. You're gonna go deep if you don't turn that music down.
You're already deep. and you walk around like an ogre. You walk around like an ogre. The people downstairs are like, I wish that asshole would stop talking around.
Oops, sorry, you guys are seeing me flip through. I was trying to close some extra windows. What, Clovis? Rage, I just saw what you said. Well, you have to include me in among them because I'm partially deaf. Eric.
Y'all were ate up. What are y'all talking about? It's so funny.
Alright, now I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit so we can hear stuff. Just getting ready for somebody to walk back up to that mic and scream in it again. It's a microphone. It amplifies your voice so you don't have to. Yeah, there's not much in the background. I've got a headset on cranked up and I barely hear a little bit of chatter in the background. I thought they were all gone out of there except for one person.
No, I get Ghostbusters stuck in my head.
Thanks, Memento. There's a lady that she worked with that when they both got to laughing, they'd start laughing at each other's laughs, and it would just like be nonstop.
I swear we can get to laughing for 15 minutes straight because she would start laughing and I'd laugh harder and then I couldn't breathe.
It's a press conference. I'm not sure who exactly is going to be speaking, but I thought I was on. Give me a second here. I'll give you the link that I have, Shaw. Ah. Yeah, KATU. Except now it's buffering. This is the link that I have, Shaw. But now I'm buffering.
Eric, I said I already had my high water jeans on. Jeez. Most of the time I don't have that problem. But
Uh-oh. I committed a serious offense.
what?
I left my e-cig, I guess, in the kitchen. All right. What?
It's still warm.
Oh. Well.
People actually ever play in a Super Bowl. Our own stand. You play in America's biggest game.
Yeah.
Take us
Pretty
back to
sure
the Super Bowl. What was that like when you
I
come?
don't care about sports.
Hey, you started singing the song.
What song?
We don't care about world.
Oh.
That's my jam.
All right. So apparently we're still waiting. I guess they got everything set up and went ahead and shut the camera back off until they're ready. That's what somebody's saying, extras, but how do they have it already up when a live shot shows them still waiting?
Yeah.
It is a serious offense to leave my e-cig in the other room. Oh, hang on.
That area, if you could please relay that message. They do need to have those vehicles moved as
Okay.
soon as possible. Again, we'll get started in about 4 or 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know how Coin already has the full thing when nobody else has it yet. I mean, they're up as well, but
Yeah. Hurry up, back
Tell you what, though, Coin's live stream is a lot clearer than. What, babe?
I have to, you have to turn off the mic so we can talk to you for a minute.
And the Fed coats are coming.
Revolution Radio said he's live.
Do what, babe? Oh, okay. Man, I sure wish there, I think if I got time, I'm gonna, whip up another window here. And, their stream is so much clearer.
All right, folks, we'll get started in 1 minute. So if you want to let your assignment desk know, 1 minute. It'll be available to you for download later tonight.
I have a question, ma'am. When can we trust the federal government to tell the truth? When can we attend that meeting, please? It's gonna get bigger. That's why I tell all the women it's gonna get bigger. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I meant the screen. Right? There you go.
My name is Greg Bretzing. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI here in Oregon. We have quite a bit of information to share with you today regarding the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. First, I'd like to confirm that as of this morning, one additional person has left the refuge through the checkpoints. We believe there are 4 people who still occupy the refuge at this time. Since the establishment of the checkpoints, 9 people have left the refuge. Of those 9 people, 6 have been released and 3 have been arrested by the FBI. Secondly, I'd like to confirm that the FBI and the Oregon State Police have narrowed the containment zones. This was done to make it more convenient for the people who live and work in the immediate area. To this end, Highway 205 is now open in both directions. There has been a lot of media reporting, or some media reporting, that the situation at the refuge is over. This is not true. As I stated earlier, there are 4 people believed to still be occupying the refuge. The negotiators continue to work around the clock with these individuals to try to help them to leave that area peacefully. Thirdly, we know there's quite a bit of interest in the events that occurred Tuesday afternoon on Highway 395 outside of Burns. We know there are various versions of what have happened out in the public domain. Most of them inaccurate, some of them inflammatory. To that end, we want to do what we can to, and in as transparent a manner as we can, to give the public as much information as possible as what happened that day. FBI agents and Oregon State troopers were involved in this operation. During this operation, OSP troopers utilized deadly force due to their proximity of Lavoy Finicum as the situation unfolded. Because of this, the Deschutes County Major Incident Team is conducting a shooting investigation per Oregon state law and per established protocols. That is an ongoing investigation, and due to that fact, I will not be able to answer all the questions you may have. But hopefully, we'll be able to give the public some clarity and some information on what has occurred. At approximately 4:25 on Tuesday, January 26, 2016, the FBI and OSP began a law enforcement action to bring into custody the people riding in 2 separate vehicles as they traveled between the Wildlife Refuge and John Day, Oregon. The FBI did have a plane in the air, and what I'm about to show you is a video that was taken from that plane. A couple of notes about the video before I show it to you. The plane is following the vehicles, and the camera sometimes pans from one vehicle to the other, a white truck in front and a Jeep in back. At other times, when the vehicles are at a fixed location, the plane is flying in a pattern over those vehicles. Because of that flight pattern, there are portions of what occurs that are obscured by trees and then blocks what is happening. The details I'm about to provide to you are based on an analysis of that video and statements from FBI agents and OSP troopers who were there on scene. Because the operation lasted for more than 25 minutes, we're showing you 2 of the most pertinent clips from that video. The entire unedited video, from the start of the traffic stop through the surrender of all individuals, will be available to the media and the general public on the FBI's YouTube channel. Because I'm using some very specific language tonight to describe what is happening, the entire transcripts of my comments will be posted to flashalertbend.net. You will see we blocked out law enforcement sensitive information regarding the plane's operation, but that is the only adjustment we have made to the full-length video. I want to caution you, the video does depict the shooting death of Lavoy Finicum. We realize viewing this piece of the video may cause distress or make some uncomfortable, but we feel that it is necessary to show the whole thing unedited in the interest of transparency. Start the video. The video picks up a few seconds before the FBI and OSP vehicles pull in behind the Jeep, the second vehicle in line. The Jeep quickly pulls to a stop while the white truck, driven by Lavoy Finicum, continues some distance up the road. I want to note there'll be several segments where there will not be a lot of speaking. Some law enforcement vehicles stay with the Jeep, while others continue following the white truck. Over a period of several minutes, out of camera view, the following people exit the Jeep without incident. The driver, who is not charged and will not be named, Ammon Bundy, and Brian Cavalier. Shortly, the camera will pan back to, whoa. Okay, it's up. The camera's panning back to the Jeep at this point. Looking at the white truck, about 4 minutes into the video, Ryan Payne exits through the back door. It's difficult to see behind the trees, but in the lower right-hand corner, you can see him with his hands up, being approached by law enforcement officers and being taken into custody. There's a period of approximately 3 minutes and 47 seconds where the truck sits on the road. We have edited for time here, but it is available in the raw, unedited version of the FBI's YouTube channel. Throughout this time, agents and troopers, we can't comment are providing comment on what may have verbally been coming on the occupant and structures at this time investigation. But those details may come out later as part of the overall shooting. When we come back to the video, the white truck leaves the scene at a high rate of speed. It travels some distance. Quickly approach, there is approaching a vehicle bike strip across the roadblock, across the road. but as the truck's approach missed the roadblock as he attempted to drive around the roadblock. He nearly stuck an FBI in the snowbank agent. As he maneuvers, Finicum leads to the truck and steps the truck.
Approximately 30 seconds after the shooting, law enforcement officers at the scene deployed flashbangs to disorient any other armed occupants. Shortly after that, they deployed less lethal sponge projectiles with OC capsules. These OC capsules would be similar to pepper spray. Over a period of several minutes, agents and troopers worked to safely remove the remaining truck occupants and to take them into custody. Those people included Ryan Bundy, Shauna Cox, and another woman who was not arrested and will not be named. As soon as the agents and troopers were confident they had addressed any further threats, they provided medical assistance to Finicum. That happened about 10 minutes after the shooting. Agents and troopers did find 3 other loaded weapons inside the truck. They included 2 loaded .223 caliber semi-automatic rifles, and there was also 1 loaded .38 special revolver. Again, you can see the rest of this unedited video on the FBI's YouTube channel. Finally, I want to acknowledge again the stress and disruption that this occupation of the refuge has caused the citizens of Harney County. We know this is difficult. We know you want your town back. We know you want your community back. And we know you want this concluded as soon as possible. We're doing everything we can to bring this to a safe and swift resolution. I have time for just a few questions.
When he stepped out of the car?
Excuse me?
Did he say anything?
He did make some comments to the troopers and agents when he got out of the car, yelling at them. That will come out in the shooting investigation.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. 2 quick questions. Number 1, is there any other video of this? And number 2, can you give us an idea how hopeful you are that this situation is about to end at the refuge?
There was another aircraft in the air. The video quality was much poorer than this quality, and we picked the best video there is to show. What was the second question?
The second question, the situation up there, I know you're limited in what you can say. Is there reason to be hopeful that this stand-up is nearing its end?
Our negotiators are working around the clock. As I indicated earlier, 9 people have left since the roadblocks have been established. We are hopeful that those negotiators will continue to be able to persuade others to leave the refuge.
Did Finigo or anyone else discharge their weapons?
That'll be determined in the course of the investigation.
How many shots were fired on the game?
I don't know the exact term. Again, that'll come out in the investigation, but it's single digits.
Can you describe Finicum's actions just prior to him being shot?
Yes, as is seen in the video, he makes a movement towards the inside right panel of his jacket where there was located a loaded semi-automatic pistol.
But it appeared, Agent, as if his hands were in the air when he actually went down. Is that accurate?
I think the video speaks for itself.
Can we see it again?
The video is for public view. It'll be able to be downloaded on our YouTube channel.
How many times was he shot?
As I said, the shooting investigation should determine that.
Did agents fire at his vehicle before they shot him?
Lethal force was utilized as the vehicle approached the checkpoint, and of course, afterwards.
Will the media be allowed to take pictures of Beckham's truck?
At this point, no.
You mentioned that he reached for his pistol. Did he actually draw the pistol, or was it still in its holster, or whatever he had?
The shooting investigation is still ongoing, so that'll come out during that investigation. No. The video of the incident was what we provided.
Something not related to the video for a second. We, as the media moved in, once the checkpoints were moved closer, we're getting reports that there might be some sort of white flag hanging off of a tower. We caught it on a telephoto lens. I don't know if anybody can talk about that.
If that is true, the media will be the first to know that. We have not had that reporting yet.
Okay.
At least as of the last 30 minutes since I left.
You mentioned that OSP and FBI were together, and then who fired the shots? Was it OSP or FBI?
The Oregon State Troopers were the ones that fired their weapons.
Just to kind of, for clarity, what do you want the public to know in general when they see this video and they see the shooting? What's the takeaway from it?
Takeaway from it for me and for the rest of those who are involved in this operation during the last 3 weeks is first that we did everything we could to bring this situation to a peaceful resolution. Second, as was noted in the video and as you'll see when you download that video again, that we waited a very long time, that we were able to get one individual out of that truck safely back and in custody, and that for a period of almost 4 minutes, while commands were being given, the occupants of that vehicle refused to comply with those commands. That law enforcement showed great restraint. That when the vehicle then took off, you can see that it just about seriously injured a law enforcement officer as it barreled towards that barricade, and that based on the deadly force policies of both the FBI and OSP, deadly force was utilized in that situation.
Was there any less lethal munitions used on Finnegan's truck?
As you could see afterwards, and as I explained in the video, those pops and sounds that, of course, no sounds in the video. Excuse me?
Just the flashbangs, that's all?
Flashbangs, sponge projectiles which pierce the windows, and OC gas.
Thank you. Could you talk about the demeanor of Aaron Bundy when he surrendered? Did he surrender peacefully? Were there any issues involving him? Specifically like
Yeah, all the occupants of the Jeep surrendered without incident, with no violence.
Was there any?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Of the 4 people left in the refuge, what's the issue? What are their demands at this point?
I think you guys all know, since they've been posting it on Facebook and YouTube at every chance they get.
Right.
Their latest is they want guarantees that they won't be arrested.
There is one that in particular that has a warrant.
I'm not going to comment on who has a warrant and who doesn't have a warrant.
Could you confirm that the law enforcement is physically in the refuge, even though there are people who are perhaps haven't left a certain structure or a certain area?
There is no law enforcement in the refuge. There is law enforcement at the checkpoints.
Could I clarify one thing from the day all this happened? There have been reports, which I've never confirmed or not, that there was an offer made to the people inside the refuge, the remaining people after the events we saw here, that they would be allowed to leave, and if they left, they would be allowed to go free. With these arrests last night, some in the refuge are saying, well, the law enforcement is a broker deal. Was there ever an offer like that?
Now, what specifically happened was it took time to get the resources in place to put the checkpoints and establish the checkpoints both on the east, west, and south. During that period of time, there were people on the refuge in contact with FBI negotiators, and they were told to leave peacefully. There's never been and never would be any claim from the FBI or any law enforcement that there would not be any consequences to their actions. But that because we had nothing in place, had they left, they obviously would have been able to leave the refuge because there was no one there to take them into custody.
Why was the operation taken out on Tuesday? I'm not talking about the shooting, but the operation to secure the individuals on Tuesday as opposed to earlier.
In any operation, there's a group of leadership that's running the show, so to speak. And at this juncture, it appeared that those who would be in a leadership position would be off the refuge and traveling elsewhere. And we took the opportunity to effect the arrest at that time.
Why did you decide to show the videos so quickly?
I think it's very important when comments, accusations, or various claims are made depicting a situation that we can prove or at least clarify are inaccurate, that it's incumbent upon us when we were able to do so to show that. There will be times, maybe in the future, when other complicating factors might inhibit us from showing a video 2 or 3 days after the incident. But in this situation, based on working with our partners here in law enforcement in the county, and of course through our channels at headquarters, it was determined that it was an appropriate time and that we could share that information with you.
Were you aware that this leadership group was going to be traveling to John Day that day?
They had posted it all over Facebook and social media.
This was described as a traffic stop. Was there some sort of traffic violation?
No. Not that, well, you know what? I don't know. There might have been. But that was not the purpose of the call or the stop.
Could you just very briefly recap this series of events that they pulled over and then they sped around? What was the distance between where they first were pulled over and how far they went to the roadblock before they went off the road?
You know, the exact distance I can't tell you. That's why we actually show you the video. You can tell while I was reading this that a period of time went by and that they were traveling at a high rate of speed. And they had plenty of, again, they were stopped for well over 4 minutes. And then they chose, as I said 2 nights ago or last night, you know, actions have consequences. And the FBI and Oregon State Police tried to effect these arrests peacefully, as is evidenced by the fact that one individual in that white truck was able to exit and is currently in our custody. As that truck sped away, we again followed. We worked right on their tail. We were following them closely in an attempt to bring them to stop one more time. But as the video clearly shows, it was a reckless action that resulted in the consequences that you've seen here today.
All of you being charged with the same crimes?
At this point, yes.
Are there any indications of what Mr. Finnegan was doing in that 4 minutes? Did he make a call or did you know anything about
that may come out in the shooting investigation, but at this time we don't know. Thank you.
I have a couple clarifying administrative remarks for media. The statement that Mr. Bretzing just gave is uploaded currently both on flashalertben.net and on fbi.gov/Portland. The YouTube video link is also on fbi.gov/Portland. Later this evening, we hope to have a downloadable version of the video on that website as well that you can grab from fbi.gov/Portland. If you're looking for tweets, it has been live tweeted, the entire press conference, using the Twitter handle at FBI Portland. Thank you very much.
You guys want to come up and get your mics one at a time?
I can do it.
Okay, there's undoubtedly going to be a lot of upset people for many reasons. That is understandable. So I will ask people try to calm down a little bit. I want to point out a very important fact. And I know some people are going to say, oh, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's a good thing that I've got a copy of this, and it's a good thing that we can get a direct copy, because, of course, the copy I have isn't going to be as good as the direct copy. So, I want to mention this. Did anybody pay attention, or how many of you heard? I had headphones on at a really high volume because I am partially deaf, but I'm partially deaf in one ear. So I still have to crank things up to be able to quite get it right. So I don't know how many of you actually heard the pops. Okay? You could hear the gunfire going off. The gunfire was going off long before LaVoy's hands went down. Long before it. If you don't believe it, we will go get the vehicle. Or, not the vehicle. I was reading chat, sorry. We will go get it. Do you have the link? Is that the link to it, Mike? We will get the video and we will go over it. I'm telling you, yes, that is actually the video. Thank you, Mike. And I want to point some things out. Let me get this download started, and then we'll talk. Let me just get this started here. It won't take but a moment. And I'm sure they're watching who downloads the video. So I want to make sure that I'm at the very top of that list. Jen's giving me a look.
I guess I'm getting my wish to die early.
Why? Oh, from Matt? Hang on, it's apparently I'm not the only cat after this bit of video. So I just wanted to get it as quick as I can, and then we'll get on with the discussion. Don't know who you're talking about fixing your keyboard. It's me. I just got a new one today, so in that case, save link as. And save. I said save. Okay. So now let me get back to here. The shots started ringing out well before he reached down. The reason why you saw, and I was going to ask, that's why I kind of stopped talking until I could watch the chat. Does anybody know why there's a million little black boxes along the edges of that? Did anybody know why that is? Which doesn't kind of directly play into this, but they aren't telling you the whole truth about that particular aircraft that was circling there. So did anybody know what that was circling? Actually, there was audio on the video. You could hear it. Plain as day, you could hear it. You could hear the difference between the semi-autos going off and the fully automatic rifles. I've got headphones on. They were cranked up. I could hear it real well. Yeah, that's some of the stuff, Daniel. But the other stuff that's on it, that was a drone. That wasn't no Cessna or anything like that. That was a drone. David Wilson, grow up. We're looking for the truth here. We don't have an agenda here except for the truth. Okay? So if you can't accept the truth, okay, because your little friends in blue look like bad guys, that's not on me. I want the truth. Well, I'm downloading a copy of it right now. Oh, there's no audio on the download? Well, I guess it's a good deal that I got audio on that recording, huh? I most certainly can. Let me get that clip uploaded. Okay, I'm getting the clip uploaded right now so that we will have audio with it. No problem. I'm sorry, I misunderstood people when they said there's no audio on the down. You know, I thought you were saying there was no audio, period. When I specifically heard gunshots, I could differentiate between the semi-autos and the fully autos, and yeah, the mere fact that he swerved left shows that he was trying to avoid from hitting them. You guys should have heard sound. It's okay, Clovis. You're fine. Like I was trying to tell everybody, Clovis, you know, the first words out of my mouth when I came back after the video is that, you know, I understood that there would be quite a few people upset on both sides of this. You know, it's a given and it's understandable. And I'm sorry that I don't emotionally react like most people do, but I have actually worked to not emotionally react in situations. I've worked all my life at that. You'll never find the truth if you know you're one way or another emotionally charged on a situation. The old saying, you know, you'll believe what you want to believe kind of thing. And a lot of people fall under that. I just want to believe the truth. Poor people trying to say words that are banned and they can't. Oh, poor babies. I did have to add some words to the filter because I had enough of hearing them. And they were just being done to distract. Now, people can be upset, Carrie. I don't understand, you know, why you take that attitude with me on when I'm just I'm here to do the news. That's what everybody. Yeah, I barely read the chat, but here I read the news, or I do the news. I don't do personalities. Now, a lot of people were highly upset with Pete because of his biased opinion. And I have to, Yep, you're right. Everything's conspiracy. See? Stiz can't even accept the fact when somebody... Oh, you meant that in a positive way. I'm sorry, Carrie. Oh, chat's going so fast, and it's like I read one line, and I read another line, and another line. I'm not totally biased, Stiz. Why don't you pay attention? What did you hear the last hour or so, and maybe last night a little bit, and all of a sudden, you know... All of a sudden, you know all about me. They usually always do, Infinity. He said they lied about what went down. I'm sure he's speaking to the FBI about the FBI and stuff. They always do. That's common. Well, I want to say I started hearing those shots before he even got out of the truck. But I want to wait to see. I want to see it again but I do know for a fact that he wasn't around the edge of that truck even before I heard shots start ringing out. And there was an officer, I don't know if you guys had caught this, but behind a tree, you know, to flank, in order to flank anybody. The reason they blacked out all the information around that, dear, is because it was a drone. They don't want people to know what all kinds of information those things can gather. Oh, Golden Mike, thank you with audio. I'm getting that now just in case the copy that I got does not have audio. Thank you, sir. It says the page don't exist. What did I do wrong? I get the page doesn't exist when I go there, Golden Mike. Yeah, I think I would try to flee a vehicle too once people started shooting into it. I think I would try to flee that vehicle too. Yeah, I know. Scott's probably got some extra time. I wonder how he'd like to have a wrench. William Frazier, you know, I have to agree with that statement. I think they were, well, I'll put it this way. I would love to have a conversation with Brandon Curtis myself. I'll leave that at that. Angela Jones, it's hard to say what I was laughing at because I see a million things in chat and me and Jen are talking in the background too. So... I probably wasn't laughing at something you thought I was. Let's see. Did they? Volley Gun says they shot at him at the first stop and he took off. That'll have to look into myself. I don't know where Brandon Curtis is. I have no idea. I just know I would like to ask him a few questions live. Hey, Jerry. Who is Scott from Beats Page? These, well, they had different rules for their chat room over there, and I respect that. You know, when you're in somebody else's house, you have to expect their rules. It's the way it is. But, yeah, their rules were pretty strict. But also, in defense of those strict rules, they they had a lot more people there. They had thousands of people there they were trying to, trying to stay on top of. So, when it gets bad to a point, you have to just start clicking. But well, there was audio that I heard. I was, Clovis, I was joking, hon. So you know I was kidding. Scott didn't get one. I was joking. Everybody's all freaked out like, Scott's got a wrench? I was joking, guys. I'm pulling up, hopefully I don't mess something up when I do this. Okay, hang on a second here. And you're right, that agent ran right out in front of that white, in front of the truck. He ran right out in front of it. Yeah, he was trying. There is no doubt. There's no audio here, but I'm watching the clip over, and I don't want to put you guys through that. I can't see chat at the moment, so. Yeah, no, they were definitely firing on him. He had his hands up and out, plain as day. They started firing on him. He reached for his pistol in self-defense, and they just opened up. And I'm sorry for anybody that had to hear that commentary, but there's no doubt that's what happened. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, Dan, I recorded a copy of that what they did, what they just did in the in the conference, the press conference. That did have audio. I assure you did. I heard it. Julia, you agreeing with what I said, or something else? I sat there and just watched it about 5 times in a row. He only reached for his pistol after he was getting hit. You could see his, and I'm sorry for those, understand, I have to say stuff. You can see the reactions of his body being shot when he reached down for his pistol. Now, why the hell would he have exited that vehicle, put his hands up and out? He was surrendering. He was surrendering. You can see his body, the reactions of the shots hitting his body before he reached down. When he reached down, he was most definitely, that was at that point, in self-defense. You damn straight, Clovis. You have that right. There's no law from any country, from any state, any county that can say you don't have the right to defend yourself, and that's what he was trying to do. This is very clear, and I'll tell you what people might want to be thinking about. This is going to be clear to other people as it was me. There will be people combing that video footage over and over and over. And when they do, they think that, Oh, there is, Henry? I will have to check that out, sir. Thank you for pointing that out. Leroy, I'm assuming Leroy's truck is the white truck, Henry? He wasn't fleeing, no. He was surrendering. At that point, he was surrendering. They don't have the right to gun you down if you're surrendering. Well, I don't know. You're saying he was unarmed? I mean, that's... Renee, for you to be saying that he was unarmed, I would believe you if you told me that the reports are he was unarmed. Yes. Lear Joe? Sorry, I almost did it again. Sorry. Yes, I will put that footage on my... for download. And in fact, hang on, let me take a peek. I won't be able to see chat for a moment, so you guys know. You guys are doing pretty good for a very emotional moment, and I appreciate that. I want you to know that. Let me see. Oh, well, no, it wouldn't be. Hang on here. Okay. All right. It's still rendering in the other resolutions, so give it a little bit, because that clip that I took out's almost 31 minutes, so... Yes, it is, Clovis. Play what, Eric? I'll play it. Let it finish rendering, so it's at a for 2 reasons. It don't sound all real messed up. And by the way, I will not have the proper sync. The reason why it wasn't synced, the voice with the mouths, that was because I had the audio coming from one. I had the audio you were getting the video from the one that you see on your screen there, but you were actually getting the audio from KATU. So that's why it's not real synced up. I just wanted to let people know that. When I realized that, I got the audio correct, and you would have noticed that it was good then. But I'm sure let me see if they've got it yet as a download. Oh gosh, I bet they don't. I was hoping I could get that, download the file from Coin6's live stream. Damn. And I'm sure there'll be better ones with the audio that have come out. Hang on, I'm working my way back. It's still processing, so give it a little time to process. And right here, Shuff happens to have a copy already up. I'm going to immediately go to get Shuff's copy. Because his audio will be synced. It's already up there for the getting, and I'll grab his copy real quick and we'll play it. Actually, I'll play it before then, but I'm going to go ahead and grab his copy. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Come on. File size of this download is null. What? Don't make me go get it with the other getting place, 'cause I totally will. Oh, it would seem it was still. It would seem his was still. Either it's still processing as well, or yeah. I'm going to try with the other getting place. Yay. Let this file get downloaded, and it's probably a better copy than mine, and I'll make sure you guys are able to get a copy of it. I can't see chat right now, just for an FYI. You're keeping an eye, babe, right? I will take a moment, though, to say that
law enforcement that there would not be any consequences to their actions, but that because there was another deployed flashbangs to disorient any other armed occupants. Shortly after that, they deployed less lethal sponge projectiles with OC capsules. These Shortly, the camera will pan back to, well, okay, it's up. The camera's panning back to the Jeep at this point. Looking at the white truck, about 4 minutes into the video, Ryan Payne exits through the back door. It's difficult to see behind the trees, but in the lower right-hand corner, you can see him with his hands up, being approached by law enforcement officers and being taken into custody. There's a period of approximately 3 minutes and 47 seconds where the truck sits on the road. We have edited for time here, but it is available in the raw, unedited version of the FBI's YouTube channel. Throughout this time, agents and troopers, we can't comment are providing command on what may have verbally been going on to the occupant and instructors to surrender this time investigation. But those details may come out later as part of the overall shooting. When we come back to the video, the white truck leaves the scene at a high rate of speed. It travels some distance. Quickly approach. There is approaching a vehicle bike strip across the roadblock, across the road. But as the truck's approach can miss the roadblock as he attempted to drive around the roadblock. He nearly hits an FBI agent in the snowbank agent. As he maneuvers, Finicum leads to the truck. The truck approximately 30 seconds after the details may come out later as part of the overall shooting. When we come back to the video, the white truck leaves the scene at a high rate of speed. It travels some distance. Quickly approach. There is approaching a vehicle bike strip across the roadblock, across the road. But as the truck's approach can miss the roadblock as he attempted to drive around the roadblock.
he nearly hits an FBI in the snowbank agent. As he maneuvers, Finicum leads to the truck and steps the truck. Approximately 30 seconds after the shooting, law enforcement officers at the scene deployed flashbangs to disorient any other armed occupants. Shortly after that, they deployed less lethal sponge projectiles with OC capsules. These OC capsules would be similar to pepper spray. Over a period of several minutes, agents and troopers worked to safely remove the remaining truck occupants and to take them into custody. Those people included Ryan Bundy, Shauna Cox, and another woman who was not arrested and will not be named. As soon as the agents and troopers were confident they had addressed any further threats, they provided medical assistance to Finicum. That happened about 10 minutes after the shooting. Agents and troopers did find 3 other loaded weapons inside the truck. They included 2 loaded .223 caliber semi-automatic rifles, and there was also 1 loaded .38 special revolver. Again, you can see the rest of this unedited video on the FBI's YouTube channel. Finally, I want to acknowledge again the stress and disruption that this occupation of the refuge has caused the citizens of Harney County. We know this is difficult. We know you want your town back. We know you want your community back. And we know you want this concluded as soon as possible. We're doing everything we can to bring this to a safe and swift resolution. I have time for just a few questions.
When he stepped out of the car?
Excuse me?
Did he say anything?
He did make some comments to the troopers and agents when he got out of the car, yelling at them. That'll come out in the shooting investigation.
Can I ask you, Charger?
Go ahead.
Yeah. 2 quick questions. Number 1, is there any other video of this? And number 2, can you give us an idea how hopeful you are that this situation is about to end at the refuge?
There was another aircraft in the air. The video quality was much poorer than this quality, and we picked the best video there is to show. What was the second question?
The second question, the situation up there, I know you're limited in what you can say. Is there reason to be hopeful that this stand-up is nearing its end?
Our negotiators are working around the clock. As I indicated earlier, 9 people have left since the roadblocks have been established. We are hopeful that those negotiators will continue to be able to persuade others to leave the refuge.
Did Finicum or anyone else discharge their weapons?
That'll be determined in the course of the investigation.
How many shots were fired on the game?
I don't know the exact term. Again, that'll come out in the investigation YouTube channel. Finally, I want to acknowledge again the stress and disruption that this occupation of the refuge has caused the citizens of Harney County. We know this is difficult. We know you want your town back. We know you want your community back. And we know you want this concluded as soon as possible. We're doing everything we can to bring this to a safe
and swift resolution. I have time for just a few questions.
Video when he stepped out of the car?
Excuse me?
Did he say anything?
He did make some comments to the troopers and agents when he got out of the car, yelling at them. That'll come out in the shooting investigation.
Can I ask you, Charger?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Two quick questions. Number one, is there any other video of this? And number two, can you give us an idea how hopeful you are that this situation is about to end at the refuge?
There was another aircraft in the air. The video quality was much poorer than this quality, and we picked the best video there is to show. What was the second question?
The second question, the situation up there, I know you're limited in what you can say. Is there reason to be hopeful that this standoff is nearing its end?
Our negotiators are working around the clock. As I indicated earlier, 9 people have left since the roadblocks have been established. We are hopeful that those negotiators will continue to be able to persuade others to leave the refuge.
Did Finnegan or anyone else discharge their weapons?
That'll be determined in the course of the investigation.
How many shots were fired on the game?
I don't know the exact term. Again, that'll come out in the investigation, but it's single digits.
Can you describe Finnegan's actions just prior to him being shot?
Yes, as is seen in the video, he makes a movement towards the inside right panel of his jacket where there was located a loaded semi-automatic pistol.
But it appeared, Agent, as if his hands were in the air when he actually went down. Is that accurate?
I think the video speaks for itself.
Can we see it again?
The video is for public view. It'll be able to be downloaded on our YouTube channel.
How many times was he shot?
As I said, the shooting investigation should determine that.
Did agents fire at his vehicle before they shot him?
Lethal force was utilized as the vehicle approached the checkpoint, and of course, afterwards.
Will the media be allowed to take pictures of Finnegan's truck?
At this point, no.
You mentioned that he reached for his pistol. Did he actually draw the pistol, or was it still in its holster, or whatever he had?
The shooting investigation is still ongoing, so that'll come out during that investigation. No. The video of the incident was what we provided.
Something not related to the video for a second. We, as the media moved in, once the checkpoints were moved closer, we're getting reports that there might be some sort of white flag hanging off of a tower. We caught it on a telephoto lens. I don't know if anybody can talk about that.
If that is true, the media will be the first to know that. We have not had that reporting yet.
Okay.
At least as of the last 30 minutes since I left.
You mentioned that OSP and FBI were together, and then who fired the shots? Was it OSP or the FBI?
The Oregon State Troopers were the ones that fired their weapons.
Just to kind of, for clarity, what do you want the public to know in general when they see this video and they see the shooting? What's the takeaway from it?
Takeaway from it for me and for the rest of those who are involved in this operation during the last 3 weeks is first, that we did everything we could to bring this situation to a peaceful resolution. Second, as was noted in the video, and as you'll see when you download that video again, that we waited a very long time, that we were able to get one individual out of that truck safely back and in custody, and that for a period of almost 4 minutes, while commands were being given, the occupants of that vehicle refused to comply with those commands. That law enforcement showed great restraint. That when the vehicle then took off, you can see that it just about seriously injured a law enforcement officer as it barreled towards that barricade, and that based on the deadly force policies of both the FBI and OSP, deadly force was utilized in that situation.
Was there any less lethal munitions used on Finnegan's truck?
As you could see afterwards, and as I explained in the video, those pops and sounds that, of course, no sounds in the video. Excuse me?
Just the flashbangs, that's all?
Flashbangs, sponge projectiles which pierce the windows, and OC gas.
Thank you.
Could you talk about the demeanor of Ammon Bundy when he surrendered? Did he surrender peacefully? Were there any issues involving his specifically like
Yeah, all the occupants of the Jeep surrendered without incident, with no violence.
Was there any?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Of the 4 people left in the refuge, what's the issue? What are their demands at this point?
I think you guys all know, since they've been posting it on Facebook and YouTube at every chance they get.
Right.
Their latest is they want guarantees that they won't be arrested.
There is one that in particular that has a warrant.
I'm not going to comment on who has a warrant and who doesn't have a warrant.
Could you confirm that the law enforcement is physically in the refuge, even though there are people who are perhaps haven't left a certain structure or a certain area?
There is no law enforcement in the refuge. There is law enforcement at the checkpoints.
Could I clarify one thing from the day all this happened? There have been reports, which I've never confirmed or not, that there was an offer made to the people inside the refuge, the remaining people after the events we saw here, that they would be allowed to leave, and if they left, they would be allowed to go free. With the arrest last night, some in the refuge are saying, well, the law enforcement officials broke their deal. Was there ever an offer like that?
Now, what specifically happened was it took time to get the resources in place to put the checkpoints and establish the checkpoints both on the east, west, and south. During that period of time, there were people on the refuge in contact with FBI negotiators, and they were told to leave peacefully. There's never been and never would be any claim from the FBI or any law enforcement that there would not be any consequences to their actions.
His hands are up and out. See the window shot out in the back of the truck? And they're still firing shots into the truck.
Approximately 30 seconds after the shooting, law enforcement officers...
We're going to look, we're going to try to see when that window was shot out. So see, the window shot out before he even reached down. Watch that window get shot out. See, there's still a window. Still a window. Window's gone. And he hadn't even reached down yet, and the window's down. Gone. See, he finally reached down. And they were firing like madmen and I guess not hitting them very well. Usually cops aren't very good shots. And you can take that for what you want. It's a fact.
Approximately 30 seconds after the...
Okay. That was a couple times over. Anybody enlarge the screen? Where would you want it enlarged at? Yeah, there's no doubt he was trying to give up. There's no doubt he was trying to give up. He had exited that vehicle. His hands were up and out. Yes, it is Illuminati Lizard. Yeah, that reeling, that's a good way to... I've been trying to find ways to word myself, MSM check, and, without, I don't want to instill more emotions going on about all this. Yeah, and he jumped and he was running towards the front of it. Yeah, there's not much arguing that stuff. That was clear. Oh, keep playing through the flashbangs? Okay. All right. One moment. Let me go ahead and play that out the rest of the way. Okay. No problem.
Shooting. Law enforcement officers at the scene deployed flashbangs to disorient any other armed occupants. Shortly after that, they deployed less lethal sponge projectiles with OC capsules. These OC capsules would be similar to pepper spray.
Hear him?
Over a period of several minutes, agents and troopers worked to safely remove the remaining truck occupants and to take them into custody.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Watch the snow. They're still shooting at this truck, okay? They haven't stopped shooting yet. Watch the roof of the truck, kind of in between the front and rear passenger, seat of the truck. Watch.
Minutes, agents and troopers worked to safely remove the remaining truck occupants and to take them into custody. Those people included Ryan Bundy, Shauna Cox, and another woman who was not arrested and will not be named. As soon as the agents and troopers were confident they had addressed any further threats, they provided medical assistance to Finicum. That happened about 10 minutes after the shooting.
So 10 minutes, they decide they need to go check this guy and see if he needs help. Folks, let me, no, those aren't camera clicks. The video that I'll have will be that exact video right there. So, I've already got that downloaded. Yeah. I mean, he wasn't on his, they made it sound like he was on his knees and that he was, you know what I mean? Like, again, you have to find the truth, which is usually somewhere in the middle. Dave, I don't have the link yet. I'm going to start the upload now. Hopefully it doesn't affect me talking to you guys. I do have I think I have it. I better make sure I've still got my limits set. Okay, let me get in the right folder here. Yeah, the FBI, the one on the FBI YouTube page has no audio, and they said that it wouldn't have any audio. I guarantee you the one that he had, or what we just watched, I guarantee you there was audio with that. I can't believe that you guys can't tell. You guys must not have very good, speakers or something. I don't know. I've got a headset on, and with that cranked up, yeah, I will. Let me start the upload first, and I will. I mean, maybe you guys don't have the audio equipment that you can hear it. I've got a cheap headset on, but it's cranked as high as it'll go. So I'll give you that much, but let me make sure I don't have a video folder already. No, I don't. Create directory. Guys, I wouldn't be saying this stuff if it wasn't true. If you've come here long at all, you know I don't wave flags. Republican, Democrat, Catholic, Baptist, Protestant, whatever. I don't wave flags. I have no agenda other than the truth. And I know you're not going to get the truth off of a television. That's a fact. Okay, it is uploading. Let me check, make sure it's not affecting my communication to YouTube's back end. So far, I'm still showing full strength signal. And it's telling me, FileZilla is telling me it's going to take about 20 minutes to get up there. I was asked if I would play through it again. I will play through it again. I'm sorry for, those that this is bothering, but we have to get down to the bottom of it. Cameras do not sound like a combination of fully automatic and semi-automatic weapons. They don't. Eric. Oh, that is a good point, though. Maybe you're not hearing it good enough, man. I'll have the link for you guys to download a copy of this yourselves. But I'm telling you, I've got a headset on, and it's clear. And why in the hell would you take camera shots of a video? Why wouldn't you take a video of it? But I'll play it again. Hang on. Oh, sorry. Chinese. Let me back up a little more.
That pocket. At this time, troopers shot Finicum.
Okay, so we're going to do something.
Approximately 30 seconds after the...
We're going to do something here because, people are saying that those are camera clicks. Okay, so we're going to stop going by the camera. We're not going to go by the camera no more. All right? We're going to go by something else since I'm so wrong, right? They didn't start shooting at this truck. They didn't start shooting until Lavoie got out, right? That's what you're saying, right? Okay, let's go there. Let's do that. Hang on. Let me duplicate the shot here in Wirecast here. And let me edit the shot. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to center this vehicle and zoom it in. Okay. We are zoomed in, hopefully not too much. Okay, we're zoomed in. And I'm going to show you right here. That's a back window that's shot out. Would anybody disagree with me that that's a back window that's shot out? Okay? That window is shot out. So what we're going to do is we are going to look at when that window gets shot out. That's what we're going to look at. When does this window get shot out? We don't need audio. We got eyes, right? Okay, let's do this. I'm telling you guys, I'm really good at this stuff. I can pick up on things a lot quicker than the average bear. Okay. Now, let me change the editing here because obviously I was off. That's why I was saying I hope it's not too close on it. Oh, that's above it. Okay. So, we've got Lavoie out. His hands are up in the air. And I still see a window at this point, right? Still see a window at this point. So we're going to play. Oh, that's right when it gets shot out. So let's see when it gets shot out. That window. Hang on. I got to click the thing. That window is now shot out. Now, he hadn't even cleared the edge of that vehicle. He didn't put his hands down for quite a while yet. Okay? And just for reference, that's the actual shot there. Okay? That, I assure you, if I back this up, I'm at 7 minutes, 10 seconds. I really can't go, anything below but seconds, okay? At 7:09, it's shot out. Let's try 7:07. At 7:07, I believe it's still in there. Okay, you guys are looking at that, so let's investigate. Let's investigate. At 7 minutes, 7 seconds. Let me get zoomed back in on it for you guys. Okay, it looks like it's starting to take some shots there, but it's fuzzy, and I'll agree with that. It's very fuzzy. But there you go. It appears like maybe it's now starting to take something, because it's not all snowed white in the back. You can tell there's a little bit of a, oh well, sorry. Right in there you can tell there's a little bit of, I think I might have actually caught it right on the first shot. So we're going to go to 7:08 if I can somehow get in there. It's wanting to go to 7:09. It's not wanting to let me have 7:08. Yeah, I can't get 7:08. So we're going to go 7:09. Don't have much of a choice. And I want to say that was like fuzzy and you couldn't make it out. Let me see. Yeah, you can't make really nothing out at 7:09. So, well, unfortunately, we have to go to 7:10. Let's go to 7:10. Now, I've got this file, so I'll actually be able to go in frame by frame with Sony Vegas and really be able to post. And believe me, I'm going to do it. I am going to do it. Now, I don't think many people would argue that they could tell that the window is shot out at this point. Okay, so sometime in between 7:08 and 7:10, the window is shot out. So let me, once again, let me edit this so that I can bring the van in the view. It swings so much with the camera that, and I'm zooming in quite heavily on it. So here we go. That's a zoomed in shot. Now, I don't think you can much argue, right, that is shot out. That back window is shot out. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to go to the full view, because it'd be way too hard for me to keep up. So his hands are up and out. I don't know if anybody would disagree with that or not, but it's kind of hard to. His hands are up and out. And now I'm just going to click play and let it play through. And I'll just say when I see him reach his hands down for his weapon, because he most certainly reaches down for his waist. Hands are still up. Hands are still up. Trying to get through the snow. Now he reaches. So how many seconds? Okay, we're at 7 minutes, 17 seconds. So let's see when it is he reaches down. Right, 7 minutes, 15 seconds he's reaching down. 7 minutes, 13, I think around time when he kind of starts to reach. 7:12, yeah. And you can see that he kind of stumbles through the snow. But there's 7:13 is still, so if somewhere around 7:08 to 7:10 is when that whack window is shot out, obviously and clearly shot out, I want to know what people's excuses are. Yeah, I'll listen. I just got to it. What about it? MSM? I just looked over at the chat just now. Okay, well, I took audio out of the equation. I took the audio out of the equation. That's what I just did there. And you still want to argue with me about whether or not the video has audio or not. I just started looking at the chat, guys, so if you made comments, I have no idea, and there's, it's going so fast. Why is everything a conspiracy? So that's a conspiracy. That window was not shot out before you guys are just crazy. No, I'm not going to get worked up. These guys are just insane. They will stick up for the thin blue line no matter what. And I've ran into a lot of people with that. A lot of people. I've got friends on Facebook that are police themselves. But, they're not one that would, screw their own mother over or whatever the case, to stand up for their brotherhood. They're not getting me upset. I know what it is. They will literally... No, it didn't look that way. Just a little bit earlier when the truck was driving down the road, it was all covered in really white snow. All right, let me pull up because I got the version. I got the version from. No, he didn't attempt. He was trying to steer off the road before he hit the cars. He was coming around a curve. Damn. No, I know you're not MSM check, but the point is I took all of the all the conversation about the audio I took out. So we'll say they were about the cameras. Yeah, I seen the cop running out in front of the truck. Yes, I seen the cop run out there. As he was swerving so he didn't crash into the police cars, I seen the cop run that direction. Yes. So anyway, give me a moment. I'm going to pull up this file, the FBI's file. Here is it. Complete unedited video of joint FBI. And okay, so and I'm going to zoom this puppy in. Well, I'm watching it on my end. I don't have it on the screen for you guys. Hang on momentarily. I got to get to the right spot here. But I have no idea how cameras automatically sound like both semi-auto and full auto weapons. But we'll forget about the audio. Yeah, the back window is dirty, and there's like a clean spot wiped off of it. We'll see. This is definitely a clear copy. Not by a whole lot, but it is clearer. He's driving. Okay, he starts braking for the curve. Going around the curve. Yeah, if he wouldn't have swerved, he was going to hit those cars. There's no way he would have been able to stop in time. look. I'm looking at the snow on the truck. Yeah, no, that window, I don't know if it's totally intact, but with that low-res video, the dirt spot wiped off. I guess it came into focus a little bit better. I'm watching. The camera's now, I mean, they're shooting at the truck. There's no doubt they're shooting at the truck. And this is after Lavoria's down that I literally see the snow flying off the truck from them shooting at it. Which they didn't argue that. They didn't argue that they riddled the truck with bullets. They never argued that. And there's still more shots being fired. Yeah, let me pull this up. Hang on a second. Let me pull this high-res version up. Well, it's not high-res, don't get me wrong. It's higher res. Oh, no, what format is that in? Oh. Hang on, I chose the wrong option. And video shot. There we go. Okay, let me add. Okay, so we're going to go to the footage that the FBI released, and you won't hear anything. I still don't buy the whole that's camera sounds thing, though. Seriously. For one, they haven't used 35mm cameras, and I do know digital cameras make a shutter sound. Not like that. I've had a couple cameras in my life. Now with this, I think it's a little bit harder for me to advance and rewind because this is coming straight from the Wirecast player. I mean, now, once we get to a certain point, I can make it, I can set, here, hang on, let me do something here. Let me take that view off. Let me go in and edit it. And what I will do, I'm not editing a video, I'm editing the shot, so just for anybody that's, oh, look, see, he's doing something. No, all I'm doing is editing the shot, cutting it down to the times to where we're interested in. Okay, set the endpoint, and when was that taken? Okay, we'll set the out point, and we will not remember position when we change and hold when it's done. Okay, so now when I do it, we don't have to sit there through the whole entire video. We can just see it from this point. Actually, what I'm going to do, now see, I'm looking at a real tiny screen, so I can't even hardly. and it'll stop when it gets to a certain point. But now I couldn't see much on that because I was looking. I know he almost hit a cop that ran out in front of the truck. Oh, it cracks me up. No, he didn't deserve to die. What are you asking, Angela? You said he was he moving or was it the drone? At what point? Yep. They most definitely shot him in the back. I don't know who said they deserved it. Somebody just said he didn't deserve it. I was commenting on that. Creepy creepy ass cracker. I'm just saying your name, brother. You're saying attention. I do this every day in JSOC. Those are gunfire, 3-round burst, and auto. I put this on my life. I know, man, but they think it's cameras. I don't do it every day of my life. That's the sad thing, brother. But I know gunshots when I hear them. Yeah, and it was a drone. I thought somebody made a comment about it, about whether or not it was a drone. Okay, it looked like his arm was moving after he was down. And it very well might have been. Ken Jackson.
Somebody made up a tarp name.
Oh. Ken Jackson says that's a damn good question. What is that cop doing over in the trees before the truck even ran off the road? Taking a piss?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, they had no intentions. And I'll tell you what, with how many rounds they shot in that truck, they had no intentions of any of them walking away. No, I'm not. I'm just reading to the list. I'm not. I'll tell you what. It seems like there's a lot more people that are in agreement that. Anna, you said Mike question marks.
She was asking if people wanted her to leave.
What, baby?
Talking about Anna, she was asking if people wanted her to leave.
Oh, wanted Anna? No, Anna, don't leave. Absolutely not. Deb is on. Is it live now or is it a recording like I, played yesterday? Anna, you're fine, baby. Stay in here. Everybody's fine as long as they're not, being directly disrespectful. And you can be passionate about how you feel. That's fine. I encourage that stuff. You got macaboobs on your live chat. Alex Jones. And by the way, I've loved that name too ever since the first time I see it. Oh, see, I don't, I haven't seen any of that. And I've said some pretty harsh things at people that are trying to say that those are, there was most definitely flashbangs involved there, Josh. You can hear them. You can hear them. The reason why you're not hearing a flashbang like you would think you would hear a flashbang is because that's more of a deep poof, okay? To where a gunfire is more of a crack, okay? And if you want to know why you can hear the gunfire a little more clearer than you can the flashbangs, go study audio and how it moves through the air. And related to temperature, you will hear a crack. Yeah, I'm working on getting over to her. You will hear a crack for a longer distance in cold air than you will hear a boom.
Have a 9mm just in his jacket pocket. Again, he had a tooled sheath for his knife. So I don't know. Maybe he got rushed and he had given his gun to someone else. I just don't know. But it doesn't make sense to me.
I see everything I need to see right here on the drone footage.
Sorry, guys. I've got a million windows and
pulled this up. And
No, there's other video I want to see.
Now, what also concerns me
video I want to see
is every Oregon State patrol car that is marked is supposed to have a dash cam, I believe, according to what the research we've done. And when asked at the end of the press conference if there was dash cam, the special agent answered that they don't have it. So that also is a question I don't have the answer for there because they're supposed to. And I certainly.
that doesn't Jason, you're saying his answer was they don't have it. It's not that there isn't any. Is that correct?
I believe that. I mean, we'd have to look at the transcript, but I'm paraphrasing. So I know that there have been FOIA requests already submitted for any dash cam video that might be there. Also, FOIA. This is off topic of Lloyd Finicum, but it came out today. Blaine Cooper. Did you guys notice how he was in every picture on an affidavit warrant, but he was the one guy who wasn't listed in the description profiles or in the affidavit? Why is that? Why is he not in there? And then you look at all of his his legal record being expunged in the last 4 months of last year, and man, I've got some serious questions for good old Blaine. Why is that?
Hawk and I have been discussing that one for over a week. We have serious questions on that as well. Did you say that your group helped Blaine, his wife, and his girls get out on Tuesday night?
Yes, because we wanted his kids to get out and his wife to get out. Absolutely, we did. Now
no problems. I'm just trying to clarify what you got.
Yes, we did. We helped get about 5 vehicles loads of what was originally 5 vehicle loads out from the refuge. Again, that was Stuart Rhodes, myself, Sergeant Major Santoro, Representative Matt Shea, and his person on the ground. And then one other intelligence asset that we have that doesn't want to be named either. Worked till about 4 in the morning that night when there was columns of Bearcats inbound going, and we got them to back off. We got them to pull back to the point where they would let these guys through and not bother them at all. And they did it. And then we even got another couple out the next day, a few hours later. And we got the okay from the feds for them to use a car, one of the state cars, to get out of there, and then left it in town. We let them know where to get it. So yes, we did.
No, that was good. The kids needed to get out of there. I appreciate y'all being there for them.
Yikes.
Does anybody know where they're at?
I believe that everyone's on their
I
way
changed
home.
the image that you see out of respect.
Oh, are you talking about Blaine and his kids?
Rev's just got it there on Levon.
Well, last I heard, he was looking for some place to use as a safe haven while he fought his legal battles.
When he changes his shot, I'll bring his screen back.
Request that went out that he was looking for a safe place to be to fight his legal battles. And that's all I know.
Okay. His stepmother asked me if I knew, and I told her I didn't think anybody knew, so I'm just verifying that.
For the kids' sake, I'll look into it and see if I can find out where they might be. I won't be able to get a specific location, but I can probably, make sure that they're safe. I will reach out and see what I can find, so you can get back to her.
Actually, it's kind of become entirely. Actually, this whole Blaine Cooper thing has become entirely. Who cares right now? In my opinion.
Well, the safety of the kids, I definitely care about, and if the
but
news is true about his background, then we need to know where they are.
Well, we need to know where they are.
Yeah, there's several concerns. There's a couple of people down there that, we're all concerned over their background and what's going on, and Blaine is just one of them. Go ahead, Hawk.
I think we do need to see, the coroner's report. We need to see the vehicles, the condition they're in. We need to see, the clothing, all of it. All of that needs to come out in this investigation. So I think it's very important we continue to put pressure onto the powers that be that, the rest of this needs to come out. They can't just sit on it. They've released this much already. How important is the other stuff that they can't release it? Why can't they release the others if they've released this? We've already seen that much. So just give it all to us.
I'm very upset. I'm very upset at the government lying to the people. They've lied to all of us.
Well, the original press release.
This is just an ongoing.
It just goes to show you how dishonest that original press release was. I mean, do you remember reading? It was one light casualty.
Hang on, let me.
Make it, and that obviously was.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Cracker. I'll call you creepy, dude. I'm aware of that, creepy. Yeah, I've read all the patents and stuff like that with the different sensors and stuff like that. They actually started putting that same system in light posts and stuff like that in some of the major cities, and they actually will pinpoint exactly where the gunfire is coming from.
Had an impact. Now I've made a statement in the interview I did with Lavoy Finicum that, not during any one of these situations that we've had since Bundy Ranch on has one bullet flown, has one drop of blood been spilled.
He was 55 years old,
Everyone's done
Angela.
everything with respect and cooler heads have prevailed. However, when this happened, a guy from the New Jersey Times.
And I saw somebody make a comment about me playing a video.
Me asking me if I cared to
Yeah, Josh, you said something about I played a video where a dude said something. I don't know what you're talking about, though.
And here's what I'll say to that. I didn't bother answering him an email. Is, you know what? Lavoy Finicum, I honestly believe that, these guys would not have perpetrated any violence against anyone unless they were acting in self-defense, and they didn't have to stop these guys when they were in motorcade. They could have waited it out, and I don't think there would have, been a drop of blood spilt. And let's be very clear here, our guys did not shoot, theirs did. I will restrain myself on the video until I know for sure what's going on. I certainly have my questions. Don't get
Gary, that's a good question on what she was reaching for.
Reserve my judgment until I see all of it, but I can tell you that I've got serious questions that we need to see the answers for, and we need to see that other video. We need to see all of it, and we need the coroner's report, all of it. So that's all I can say. I would implore.
Absolutely.
I would implore the powers that be to please release that. I know there are FOIA requests going out as we speak.
That's funny, creepy.
Other people, so let's see. Now's your chance to if it is as you say, powers that be, show us. Now's your time to do it. But
to his jacket pocket, but everybody knows he wore his sidearm on his side. He never had a sidearm. He left his sidearm back at the refuge, and then some piece of shit come out of the trees and shot him in the back. I mean, literally, you can see.
May I jump in a minute?
You can see when he shot.
I have a question.
Yeah, you can see when he shot him in the back.
Okay, calm down a minute.
Okay.
Calm down a minute, Hawk. I want to ask Jason a question.
Okay.
And I am the last person who's going to defend anybody, so that's not where my question is going. But my question is, it does seem to be Oregon State Police that did the actual shooting, correct? So far,
yes.
Jason?
Yes, to our knowledge, the original people that pulled over were the feds, and then they went to that roadblock, and according to our police contacts, who kind of broke down this type of situation, how the standard protocol would go is that, it would be the locals, the feds kind of doing that first initial contact, and then the roadblock with the strips and whatnot, and so less than lethal force, obviously that wasn't the case, would be back further. So and according to what we saw, it did appear to be Oregon State Trooper cars that were there because the bubbles and whatnot. So I believe that to be the case.
Now, I can only assume that they've had an extremely high level of training for these situations, like, say, the FBI has. Do you believe that's the case? Or do you
Has had a
think
high
that it's
level training,
possible
certainly
that
not like the HRT or the hostage rescue teams. Understand that the Federal Bureau of Investigation's hostage rescue teams are on the same training level as our military special forces. They are very well trained, and the state police do not have that same level of training. And that's one of the things we were wondering, before we had video footage. Well, maybe it was it was the locals that were there. So yeah, um, I believe that.
Nobody raised a finger.
And nobody will.
Here's the other thing, dude. Look at the timestamp.
I have no timestamp. All I see is blacked out shit on the video I have from the FBI
Yeah,
itself.
things that I see, Hawk.
Well, what are you picking out? I don't know. There's no conspiracy here. Equipment.
So, I mean, I just
Don't,
see everything.
David, if you start making up shit, I'm gonna get really pissed at you.
Okay, I'm not gonna make up shit.
All right, so because we have nothing to make up, this is a very clear video. We see exactly what happened. I don't care about I really don't care about the fucking date. I don't. Most of these people with the equipment out there, federal or whatever, they're idiots. They don't. I mean, good grief. I still can't figure out how to set the time on a VCR that I have upstairs. Okay, so just that doesn't even that just isn't that just wait a minute that just doesn't even fucking matter. Okay, we have the video, the drone footage. So now we got to wait on the dash cam footage and all that shit to see what's going on. But this is pretty clear.
Yeah, clear to me.
So fuck the date. I screw up my own dates sometimes when I'm uploading shit. And all you have to do is, on your website, depending on your website, when you put the website together, you have to set a date. It's part of it. What time zone are you in, and you set that up. These people are idiots. I mean, good goddamn grief. Our own state, David, is still doing. They're still running their entire unemployment system on NT 4.0.
Yeah.
All right. So fuck that date. I don't care about the date. They just, that date just means that some idiot didn't have their shit together, as far as I'm concerned. The last thing I want to do is to make this man's death anything less than what it was. And it was the U.S. government and Harney County and the state of Oregon murdering a man. And that's exactly what happened.
He was shot in the back.
And I'm not asking you to be my jock licker or anything, but,
Oh my goodness. Ew.
All right, anyway, 347-688-2902. I'm going to be on air for exactly 30 more minutes. If anybody has an opinion. And then we're going to shift over and put we have another show that we'll be covering more in, and I think we got Eamon's mom coming on after that. So 347-688-2902. Got 30 minutes to call me. After that, we'll be shifting into the next show, which is still relevant. So thank you very much. This noise has been nuts. And craft's been crazy. I have a reporter going in there to do kind of a post-mortem. In case you don't know what that is, just kind of look that up. But we're going in to try to excuse me, good grief. Anyway, we're going in there to try to get the last bits of information before all the information is gone. Because you know that they will be, of course, with mainstream media, spinning this out. So, still there, David, or not?
I am here.
No, that's.
I got to take a leak.
Oh, that's not me cussing.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I think I.
No, I have Revolution Radio up. That's not. I try at times. I kind of speak words I shouldn't, but I try not to. So.
Seeing it for what it really is now, the presentation they can do all the presentation they want to on this. The fact still remains that Lavoie was shot in the back. He had his back turned to that man when he shot him. They can try to explain it all they want to. He was reaching for this or he was reaching for that. I see something different, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to create a conspiracy over it. But anybody else that takes a look at the video and looks at it closely and does it with not a set thing in their head before they start watching it, will start seeing the other things that I've already started to see. Look closely. Make sure that you pay attention. For there is other things in that video that will tell you a different story. Of course, this was without sound, so we can't tell you how many shots were fired. We know that Lavoie was hit 3 times. Still without any weapon in his hand. So the video to me speaks for itself. I at first I couldn't watch this over and over again, but I had to come back to it and take a calmer version of it, a calmer view, I should say. And just take it for what the video presents. Now, dash cam also carries audio, and we will know a little bit more beyond that. To us or not, we shall find out.
I'm adding in Mark Connors.
Connor, Florida American Media News.
Hey Mark, how you doing? This is Nighthawk. We've had some issues over here, but you are now on the call and the broadcast.
The video.
Yeah, I'm on there, guys, on Skype. If you guys call me on the just Mark Connors show.
I at first I couldn't watch this over and over again, but
can you Skype me on Mark Connors show
and take a calmer?
Are you there?
Yeah, I don't have a request from you. I don't have a Skype request from you.
No, I don't have. No, just look me up. I can't even find you guys on there. So
let me turn my PJ. What?
You have some things I want to say because
okay.
I disagree with
PJ, what are you talking about? You can find no Jason, only Janice.
Okay. Well, if I'm in there now, stand by then. Hold on. Let's do this way here. Stand by. Let me turn this down. Let me turn you guys down 1 second.
No problem.
Okay, so are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Because okay, let me see here. 1, 2. Okay, because I can't find you guys. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can't find you guys on the live YouTube, but here's what I see, guys. I'm seeing I haven't heard anybody add in a couple of things. I've seen the breakdown of the shooting. And so far, everybody is saying that there still is a justified reason for him to be shot. Now, I pointed out two
Okay,
different
but
things
who
that
are
I
you
haven't heard
talking
anybody
about,
say. But if
PJ?
you play the footage back,
Who Jason and
get a
who
second
Janice?
to play that footage back, you'll see that the truck actually strikes one of the officers. And in this video, in a courtroom, the officers are going to say that he assaulted them with a deadly weapon when the truck struck the officer.
Well, he was moving fast in the vehicle, okay, and he come around the corner, which we saw in the drone footage, and then they went off into the snowbank, and then climbed out of his vehicle with his arms up. I see no, dash cam footage we're still waiting on. But from what we're seeing is he had his arms out. We can see his arms out in the drone video. And that's kind of scary all in itself. That we have, they're chasing them around with the drone in the first place.
I have no idea what you're talking about, PJ.
Is him getting out. He's got his hands up. He starts walking away from the vehicle, which takes him out of the line of fire of other people, and which is a smart thing to do, of course, and that way he doesn't harm anybody.
Oh, thank you. You have a great night too, Lisa.
He has his hands up, and you can tell.
We do what we can. We're not perfect, but we try to do the best we can. Try to be as honest as we can be.
Shoot me if you want to shoot me. Go ahead. Blah blah blah.
No,
blah.
Deidre. PJ, I don't know what you're talking about.
Together of what he says, what the girl says he says, and the officers. So you see the car, the truck actually hit the embankment. He kind of like brushes an officer. That officer falls down. The other officer runs in from behind the truck, comes up behind the truck, aims his gun at Levinicki. Then also, and then you see the sniper come out of the trees behind him. He doesn't know it yet. And that the sniper's behind him. The officer, what I see.
Oh, thank you, New West. Like I say, we try. I try not to, I have views and I have thoughts and opinions, and it's really hard to just report 100% unbiased, but I know gunfire when I hear it. Okay.
For his own sidearm.
I actually knew somebody at one time. Talked to him. His name was Mike Hunt. Yeah, I do know somebody that's name is Mike Hunt. But I know what Ken Jackson's doing. And I actually have a cousin named Ken Jackson, so.
So if he didn't have a sidearm, then that means that he was simply going, ow, ow.
Oh, yes. This was murder. This was.
Yeah, that's the same thing I did, Mark.
Exactly. This was just actually, this was state police.
And if you get hit, if you get hit, of course you're going to reach over and go, ow, your hand's going to reach to the pain.
I will, I'll look up different press conferences and I'll compare the sounds.
Every one of us is, our personal reaction of having your face be in the pavement is to protect yourself, right?
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Thanks, Jerry Carter.
Is that a compliment?
Mm-hmm.
They decide the better solution is to pound my face into my car and then my and then the pavement underneath all this. Our
do have, yeah.
character. And Carol, you have raised men of character.
Oh, thank you.
How did you do that?
Josh, I agree with you. I'm trying to keep up, folks. Oh, thank you, Vivi. We're happy to have you. I'm trying to read all the stuff. Why was there a vehicle parked in the middle of the road a mile away from the roadblock, then sped towards it? Good question, Creepy. I would have to look back into that. Very good question. Well, there's a lot of people that take that oath and they don't keep to it, unfortunately. Like I've said, before, folks, and this is very true. Right now, emotions are going to run high on both sides of the situation, and so, I tried, and I'll ask this, and I know how hard it is to do because it was a journey to get here, where I am, in a mindset, but try to emotionally pull yourself away from the situation and just go over the information objectively with an open mind. And I know it's not easy to do. I've been at this for years. Let me tell you, I wasn't always as, I couldn't always just sit back and look at the big picture and just kind of work through things. It's been a long road to get there. And I'm not perfect. I do my best, but I'm definitely not perfect. Jen, is that the message that you sent me in Facebook, babe? Oh, okay. Well, if it was scrubbed from YouTube, there's a copy of it on my website, and I've got another copy of it too on my computer, so they're gonna have to keep a scrubbing. What, baby? Means they deleted it, basically. Right, Chloe, they always try to do that. Hang on, folks, I'm trying to read y'all here. That's right, Under the Gun. He said an oath is only as good as the person taking it. The vast majority of police officers are regular folks who care and have families. And I agree with you 110%. We cover a lot on our normal shows. We cover a lot of excessive force cases, police brutality cases, but that by no means represents them all. I've had officers that have went way above and beyond when it comes to myself, so. I'm reading yours, Brian. There's so many questions and things that are weird and don't make sense. Time will answer who was informant and what was fake. We need to observe and be patient, and I agree with you, Brian, totally. It will come out. I told somebody in a private message, let's see how I word it. I said my message to them, I won't say who it was, but more details will come out in time. This is a rough moment for a lot of people. And sadly, most of the people just want the truth. We will get the truth out, no matter how long it takes or how hard it is. I am dedicated to it and feel it's my duty. So, I don't know, Andy, if Blaine Cooper was one of the first at the refuge or not. I want to say that he was mentioned as one of those that initially went there, but I'm not positive. That could be, Andy, that answer could be answered if you go back through Pete's videos and the video of the march. If you find the video of the march that they had, you will find that information, because I do remember Pete saying a list of names of people that already went out there. I do remember that. All right, Clovis. I want a cookie too. Alrighty, Henry. It's understandable, man. This stuff ain't easy. It's not completely easy for me either, but Eugene, no, I haven't seen that. Coffee sounds very good. You're welcome, Andy. You put a theory on the Facebook page? Okay. Okay, back at you. I'll take a peek in a moment. I'm kind of good. Now we're talking about cookies. Let me go take a peek. Eugene, I am so dedicated to truth, man. Oh, okay. That's easy. I don't have to hunt for a name. Okay. I'm going to read this real quick. So I won't be looking at chat so everybody knows. I'm looking at the message from back at you. What baby doll?
They're saying that Deb's on Pete's channel live.
I thought she said in chat. Okay. Give me a second. Let me try bringing that up here. Oh, yes, I see they would be correct. Okay, guys, hang on. I will get you that as soon as I can make a couple clicks. Dooby-dooby-doo. All right, let me get you the video up. And here you go. You guys might want audio too. People are picky about
but
that.
Just to be on the safe side, so I took the iPad that we have belongs to me. There's really nothing on it. My personal things like connections to my Facebook and things like that. So there's no documents. But I didn't bring the pole that everything goes on, his rig, because I thought, well, if we get pulled over, I don't want them to be confiscated, and so I left all those behind with someone that I trust, and so I'm holding the iPad right now, right? So you guys can see yourselves typing on there, putting your questions in there. Just tell me if you can hear me okay, right? Okay. And let me just try to think of everything that's been happening. I talked to Brandon Curtis. Brandon Curtis is the head of the Idaho 3%ers, and in conjunction with the Pacific Network, the Pacific Patriot Network, they are responding to I don't know how to put it. They are responding to they're responding to the people of Burns who want to protest the death of Lavoy Finicum, and they want to ask these are the people of Burns, okay, you guys? It's a big deal for them. They want to ask the sheriff to resign. They want to ask the judge to resign. And they want the FBI to leave their town. Now, they are planning a rally. And I will let you guys know as soon as I know when that is going to be. They're asking that people come from across the nation unarmed. It is not an armed rally, but it is in support. They've asked the people of Burns for support. I'm sorry. They've asked the Idaho 3%ers and the Pacific Patriot Network for support so that they can hold this rally, so they can hold this protest and feel safe. Okay? And they would love the support of the nation. That's the biggest thing that's happening today. I'm in Portland right now. Pete is going to be arraigned tomorrow. I'm not sure about everybody else. I would imagine they are going to be arraigned too. We did get word, and I haven't been able to confirm this or not, but they said that the FBI or somebody said that there would be no arraignments, there would be no bail until the refuge was cleared, which I think is a crock of shit, quite honestly. It's not fair if that is the case. I haven't been able to confirm that. It's just something that was whispered into my ear, and I am, I haven't had time to do anything. I was in the trip from Burns, Oregon to Portland is mountainous, and there's no cell phone service, much like it is in Burns. But I'm in a pretty good spot now. It looks like I have a great connection. So, I see that everybody's having a hard time in chat. Being mature as usual. But that's okay. So I'm going to answer some questions for you guys. I just wanted to give you an update and let you know what was happening here. Before I do start taking questions, I do want to say to the people of Burns that I'm so proud of you. I think that You have a right to protest. You have a right to have your voices heard. Those of you who don't agree with what happened, that it doesn't just have to be cheerleading for the sheriff or the judge or for the FBI there. You have a right to protest. You've done nothing wrong, and it's about damn time. You know, let's not let Lavoy Fennekim die in vain, regardless of what you think. You know, and what you think about what they did up there at the refuge, how they did it, why they did it, you know. The people of Burns are decent people, and they haven't had a voice for a very long time. And so now they do, and they know how to get that voice heard, and we're proud of them tonight. This is not a rally that that the Idaho 3 Percenters or the Pacific Patriot Network is planning. This is totally and completely the idea of the people of Burns. So we will see what happens. I was so down. I was so very upset yesterday. Yesterday was my birthday. I found out that Lavoy Fennekim's birthday was the same day as mine. I was in my room packing things up and just being, you know, sad. And so I had a little knock at my door, and there was like 10 people outside my door, and they had candles, and it was locals, of course. The Idaho, Brandon Curtis and Brooke hadn't shown up yet. I was kind of waiting around for them to see if they were going to show up. And so I thought maybe it was them outside, you know, but it was people with candles, and there was about 10 people standing around, and they told me they had signs that had Lavoy's photo on it, and it said "All Lives Matter" underneath it, and they told me they were going to have a candlelight vigil for him, and I said, and they asked me if I wanted to join them, and I said, oh gosh, you know what, you guys, I don't know. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it will be perceived as, you know, intimidating or antagonizing the FBI. And I mean, things were just so crazy there. But then 10 people turned into 20, and 20 people turned into 30, and 34 people turned into 40. And the next thing you know, there's like 100 people in the parking lot of my hotel. And I couldn't say no, because I thought to myself, you know, I've been here for a month and I've told these people to stop being afraid of the government. And if I go back in my room and close this door, then what kind of example is that? Can you guys still hear me? So I don't know if you guys just heard my story. Of course, this is... You know, I don't know. So anyway, they were standing outside my door, and I couldn't say no, because, I mean, seriously, if I can't, what was I doing there that whole time? if I can't step outside of my comfort zone when I'm afraid of what the government is going to do to me, and not stand with the people that, you know, I have just really grown to love and respect. So I went with them, and we walked 2 or 3 blocks down the street. It was around 7 o'clock at night, so it was dark, and the candles looked amazingly beautiful. The press had gotten wind of it, so they were everywhere trying to keep up with everybody. And we went about 3 blocks, maybe even 4 blocks down to the intersection, and then we crossed over to the other side of the street and walked back up. And in Burns, right at one of the streets, you can see up the hill is the courthouse, and they have it all barricaded off. And we stopped in that intersection and faced the police department, and they had their signs of Lavoy and their photos of him on their signs, and they said to the police, "This is the face of the man that you murdered." And we proceeded to walk back to the hotel. I cried with them. I hugged them. People are so upset. They just can't believe what happened. Anybody who ever met Lavoy knows that he was a very soft-spoken man, very smart, articulate. He was a family man. He was not a terrorist, you know. I don't even want to look at the chat room right now because people are so ugly sometimes. But, you know, I saw him every day during press conferences, and spoke with him at length a few times, just like everybody else did. He told us all that he didn't expect to live through this. He told his family that. He told several people that. You know, he just knew in his heart that he was going to be one of those people who didn't make it out of this. And he said that he was ready, you know. He said that he was ready for that. And it just made me sad, you know, to even hear him say that. I was like, oh my goodness, don't be talking like that. And I'm thinking, my gosh, I mean, how can we hear this? I mean, because the man that's standing in front of you is so strong and vibrant. And I mean, the man was in his 60s, and I saw him one day. I was sitting in the vehicle, and there was a fence down around a building that he had just come out of. And instead of taking the sidewalk, Lavoy Fennekim jumped up on top of the fence and jumped over the damn thing. I mean, it was just amazing. I watched him work and use his hands down at the, you know, down inside the refuge. You know, when we were filming, I saw him doing things that, you know, he got around very, very well, and you could just tell that he was a man that was used to hard work. So he always had a smile. He had perfect teeth, by the way. His smile was so bright and just, you know, it was so real. He was a real person, and he was happy to see you. You know, when he flashed that smile at you, you knew that, you know, it was especially for you. He was a genuinely beautiful person, and really was happy to see you. And when he spoke with you, you had his attention. He didn't just look through you or pretend like he was interested or pretend like he was listening. He honestly, truly did listen. He looked you in the eye. I was talking to Giselle Lamar. She is a producer for NBC. And she and I were talking about Lavoy, and she had come to respect him. She was so sad because she got to know him on the same level that I did, and I mean, we just sat in silence when we first heard. I mean, we just couldn't believe it. It was it was just so surrealistic, you know. It would have been hard to lose any of those people, to tell you the truth. Did they do a bad thing? Did they do the right thing? I mean, who can second guess something like that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I spent the last month trying to figure out if what they were doing is a good thing, or because I was so worried about them. I mean, I knew the day would come. They kept, you know, the FBI and the sheriff and the judge kept warning them that they were going to do something. But then, you know, these guys would go out, they would walk up to the sheriffs, they would walk up to the FBI, everybody would shake hands, everybody was so nice. It was like they lulled them into this false sense of security and totally caught them off guard. You know? It was like, you know, we knew that what the FBI is capable of, and we knew what the sheriff was capable of, and the judge. We knew that they hated them. But how could they treat them, you know, shake their hand and turn around and kill one of them the next minute? You know, it was like, it was confusing to me, because when I would see them interact, especially the sheriff's department, how they interacted with Pete, how they interacted with Ammon Bundy, John Ritzheimer, all of these guys who came into town, were eating at restaurants, they never made a move on these guys. And when they came to town unarmed. None of them were ever armed when they came to town, and they came to town every day. Just a few days before they were pulled over, Ammon Bundy went to a cafe and had lunch with one of the locals there, Big Randy. He's going to know who I'm talking about, in a public place. No doubt there was FBI, because there was FBI everywhere, everywhere. And they didn't take him. Just, that was 2 or 3 days before the ambush. So I kept thinking to myself, well, you know what? They're not going to do this. They're going to wait them out, and they're going to wait until they get tired, and they're going to wait till the group falls apart naturally. You know? But then we were getting intel from people that were coming into town, and it was easy to see that the FBI was building up its personnel. And these people kept telling us they are going to lock this mofo down. They're going to lock it down. They're going to blockade the roads, and they're going to start arresting people. So when I got the news that they had ambushed these guys on a mountain road, I couldn't have been any more shocked. I couldn't have been. And just for the record, Lavoy Fennicum was the only person who did not come to that town and patronize the businesses there and spend his money there. He stayed on that refuge. I don't believe I ever saw him leave. Now and come into town. Now I do know that he was going to meetings. The FBI, the sheriff, they were all totally aware of the meetings that these men were going to. Why they chose this one, I just don't know. You know, they knew that Ammon Bundy would come into town. I mean, all those guys did. It was common knowledge. They would go to, you know, they went everywhere. They went everywhere. And why they chose to do what they did on that mountain road, I'll never know. I'll never figure that out. I never will. So, all right, I'm gonna look at the. I'm sorry, I'm moving around here, but I'm gonna look at the.
Okay, I'll try to refresh. See if that'll do it. Yeah, I still get that she stopped, her stream stopped. She may be back up. Scott, the man you all know and love, said, be patient. Wait a minute, be patient.
Figure that out.
She's back, folks.
I never will. So, all right, I'm gonna look at the. I'm sorry, I'm moving around here, but I'm gonna look at the. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I know this is like super unprofessional, but I really wanted to talk to you guys, and I wanted to give you an update.
Her screen is gray, but I think she's looking at the chat. I'm assuming that. So, and I'm going to ask her one more time. This will be the third time that I asked. I'm just trying to make sure she sees the question. Oh, because that was a very, very good question. The one wanting her to know, or wanting to know what she would say to the people still at the refuge. That was an awesome question. I'm trying to make sure that it gets to her.
Orange Hat Man, I just saw your question. I don't even. I'll have him come in just a little bit later.
Hang on, folks. Her stream's going in and out.
And we'll give you guys more updates. Okay, I'll check my email here in a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
I'm trying to catch up in the chat.
It'll come. The video will come back up in a minute.
MSM check. The word tarp nailed you, buddy. That's why that comment didn't go through.
Okay, we'll say this again, okay? You guys can see my room. You like that? I'm trying to get in a position. I'm sorry I'm moving around, but I'm trying to get in a position where we have good bandwidth. You know, I'm on Wi-Fi here at the hotel, so it's kind of going in and out. And I'm just on the speaker here on my I'm just on the speaker here on my iPad, so I'm doing my best. Sorry guys, doing my best.
Chloe, can
Doing
you?
my best. See,
Where can
here's
I
my
get that
room.
link from?
Very
And
lovely.
Wendy, I'll have to look.
Just a hotel room. Nothing spectacular.
I have to look at that when I can.
Okay,
Okay,
so
hon?
maybe I'm in a position now where it'll stay good. I'm trying to watch all your questions on my laptop, but you guys are all talking so fast. Okay, so I'll say it again. Yes, I spoke to Pete. I spoke to Pete twice now, and he's in good spirits. You know, he was able to read his the affidavit for his arrest, the warrant, whatever it is, and so what they're basically saying is that from December the 27th, when we left Cincinnati, Pete called for people to come to Burns, Oregon, and he continued to call for people to come to Burns, Oregon, and that he basically impeded the ability for federal employees to go to work at the refuge. He kept them from doing their job. So, I mean, that's what they're charging him with. So, you know, a conspiracy, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, since when in the United States of America are you not allowed to call for people to come to a protest, to come to a rally, you know? And you know, that's just one thing we're gonna have to get past, I guess, but that's the official charge right now. Now they can add to that, take away from that, we'll see. But he really hasn't said much, you know, to me. When he calls, I only have just a few minutes to talk to him, and I only talked to him twice. So, and a lot of it was just about, you know, who am I speaking to, like his attorneys and things like that. So we're getting that together, and again, he's in good spirits, and you know, he seems to be taking all of this in stride and taking it very well. So I really don't know. I watched the video from the FBI that they posted up. I think they thought that it would help their cause. Clearly, they believed that they were justified in what they did to Lavoie. And, you know, I mean, I watched it, and I'm looking at somebody die that I cared about. So you know, I cared about what happened to him anyway, you know, and a lot of people did. A lot of people cared about what happened to Lavoie. And I had just met his beautiful wife over the weekend. Early on, his daughter brought some of his grandchildren down. So, they were beautiful, and he was so proud of them, and, you know, I don't know, you guys. I mean, what do you say? What do you say at a time like this? I don't know. It's like, so many times I just wanted them all to leave because I was so frightened for what was going to happen to them, you know. And I voiced that opinion to them, You know, I did to quite a few people in the refuge. I just, some days I would just go down there during a press conference and just watch them all, and they were all smiling, and you know, they were just milling about cleaning up the refuge, you know, and they were happy, and I was worried. I was worried about them because I knew that when the sheriff said the hourglass is running low, and he kept saying your time is running out, I believed him. I believed him, and I knew their time was running out. But then again, they would let them go in and out of town. So, I mean, who's to say? Who's to say why they did that? I don't know. But I did watch. I want you guys to know too that I met Victoria Sharp, the girl who was the 18-year-old girl who was in the car with Lavoy, and she's just such a sweet girl. I mean, that whole family is really a sweet family. I have no reason to believe that what she said was. I have no reason to believe that she was lying, or that she was making things up. I just have no reason to believe that. So, you know, I did have a conversation with Mark McConnell, the guy who was driving Ammon Bundy. I will not talk about what he said, because I'm going to reserve that right to not talk about that. But I did ask him a question, and you know, because I just don't understand how someone can be driving a vehicle, have a weapon on them, and driving a vehicle with Ammon Bundy and other, you know, other leaders of this whole thing. Spend time on the refuge, armed, and obviously protecting Ammon Bundy and leaders down there. I don't understand how I don't understand why he was let go. I mean, I'll just be honest with you, and I told him that. I don't get it. I don't understand how they could arrest Pete Santilli for asking patriots to come and be a buffer between the people on the inside and the FBI, so that they couldn't do a Waco on them, and a guy who was driving basically and guarding, Ammon Bundy, the guy that the FBI looked at as a terrorist. I mean, how did Mark McConnell get out of that? I don't understand it. And you know, I don't get it. I don't. I just don't. And a lot of other people don't get it either. Now, I'm not going to accuse him of anything. I'm not going to accuse him of anything. But I have big questions about that. And I had big questions for him, and I watched his demeanor when he was in my room yesterday and I was talking to him. And there's just something that's not right there. I mean, that's just how I feel. That's how I feel. So I won't say specifically what he had to say to me, but, I walked away from my conversation with Mark McConnell not satisfied that he was being completely honest. And there you go. So, really, that's about all I have to say. I mean, I'll go get Kenny, Orange Hat Man, and he and I will give you guys an update here in just a little bit. I'm going to find out what these guys are doing and see what they want to do, and I'll have Kenny come on with me because he's fearless and he will say things that I won't. You guys know how Kenny is, right? But things are going to be happening in Burns. And again, I just in case the FBI is listening, I am not inviting people to come to Burns. I am telling the people that the 3%ers and the Pacific Patriot Network put out a message this afternoon saying that the citizens of Burns, Oregon, have requested their assistance in holding a rally to ask for the resignation of Sheriff David Ward and Stephen Grassley, and also with the assistance of asking the FBI to leave Harney County. It's not my rally. It's not my idea. I'm just putting it out there to the public. Okay? There you go. So we'll be back with you guys here. Give me just a few to get Kenny together and find out what these guys want to do. And I will be back with you guys in a minute. Thanks a lot, you guys. I love you all. And I'll have Kenny over here because he has fun. He has fun talking to you guys. Okay, talk to you in a minute.
Okay. Let me real quick while she's working on getting Kenny. I want to go and nab a video from Freedom Fighter.
Bye.
Oh, hang on a minute. Is he already there? I was going to say, I thought she indicated it would be a moment, but she was going to get him. So I was going to try and get Freedom Fighter in between that. Okay, the earth-shattering update. I'm sure is the one that you're speaking of, I would think. From a day ago? Talking about the earth shattering, right, Chloe? I just want to make sure I've got the right one.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Freedom Fighter Times. We have a bombshell update for you. Absolutely bombshell. Everything that's going on in Oregon right now has been completely orchestrated. We don't know by who or how, but we do know what's going on, which means the other two questions can be answered swiftly after. I'm going to leave you guys to come to your own conclusions, and I am not putting this video on YouTube. It's a free video. Click the link in the description box and just go play the video and read the article. Seriously. This is absolutely catastrophic information that you've got to know about. You cannot miss it, because that will help everybody understand what's going on. This is massive. Massive. As for the latest updates as to what's currently going on there right now, as of 5:41 p.m., local Burns resident on ham radio is furious at murder of Lavoy Finicum. He says that the town is virtually on lockdown. He says that he cannot leave the town because all the roads leading out of town are closed. And that is what's being reported in the media is absolutely false. Oh, it's more than just what's being reported in the media. You need to see this. Go watch that video. I'm serious. It's one of the most crisis times for that video. I just wish we would have gotten out sooner. 5:53 p.m. Local resident reports that the FBI in town no longer look like civilian agents. All of them are militarized and look like a Gestapo. Next update, militia member reporting that a convoy appears to be approaching. Next update, militia members pray together before moving off to positions. 6:02 p.m. Militia members are calling for all hands on deck. They believe an attack is imminent, guns being prepped for action. 6:11 p.m. It sounds as though some people at the refuge chose to leave and have passed through the roadblock. Others are preparing to defend themselves against the coming onslaught. 6:17 p.m. Militia continue to scan the horizon and various incoming routes for movement. If the FBI comes in, there will be bloodshed and death. That is guaranteed. These militia are determined to not be taken alive. 6:25 p.m. A group of militia are discussing ammo supplies and a plan for reloading. 6:33 p.m. The feds are moving. Witness just saw 8 FBI vehicles, SUVs going south on 205 past SOD House Lane. A group of militia paused to take a final photo together. One of the militia members, a younger man, was overheard saying he hopes his 5 children will get to see it. 6:46 p.m. Earlier in the afternoon, a militia member was heard speaking to his wife. If I die, I died for my country. I died a free man, he said. That's how I want to die. 6:59 p.m. Sources say that the husband of Shauna Cox, one of the individuals arrested with Ammon Bundy, has revealed that to hire an attorney to represent her, they are requiring a $50,000 retainer up front. He is being denied contact with his wife. 7:03 p.m. This update is crucial. You better pay attention. Breaking. An attorney claiming to represent Ammon Bundy has just given a public statement to media that Ammon has called for the remaining militia members to stand down and go home. That is a bunch of BS. Let me continue. 7:12 p.m. Confirmed FAA has a temporary no-fly zone established over the refuge. 7:20 p.m. Unsubstantiated reports that actual U.S. military are also in Burns as part of the operation complete with green military trucks. If anyone in Burns can confirm or correct, please let us know. 7:23 p.m. EST. One FBI blue truck with a shell just went by the Narrows heading north on 205. 7:42 p.m. Locals report that deputies have been stopping strangers all week in Burns who have been acting suspicious and following around residents. And in almost every case, the strangers turn out to be undercover feds. These same local residents said that the problem started with the sheriff's department failing to follow the mandatory due process of law in handling the official and legal petition for a redress of grievances presented to them. The refusal of the sheriff to do his duty eroded the public's trust in the system and led them to escalate their actions to demand that the sheriff obey the law. 7:51 p.m. 9 FBI vehicles just passed the Narrows heading north on 205. 7:53 p.m. Lavoie's Facebook page has been taken down. 8:08 p.m. EST. No new updates just yet from inside the refuge. 9:57 p.m. I don't know who the man is who appeared to the media. This is vital. You've got to understand this. I do not know who the man is who appeared to the media claiming to be Ammon's attorney and delivering a message that Ammon wants the militia to stand down. But the official Bundy Ranch Facebook page said this past hour that Ammon would not have put out that message to stand down. Here's the Bundy Ranch message. Alert from Ammon's wife, Lisa. Ammon would not have called for the Patriots to leave. We have lost a life, but we are not backing down. He didn't spill his blood in vain. Hold your ground. Ranchers, come and stand. Committee of Safety, come and stand. Militia, come and stand. 10:26 p.m. Militia are going to soon be craving snacks, and I don't mean that in a joking way. Prudence stops me from commenting further on this point. 10:59 p.m. Approximately 15 minutes ago, the unofficial news spokesman for the militia, Jason Patrick, traveled up to barricade at the north end of 205 and turned himself into authorities. That is all the updates that have gone on right now. I will keep you guys posted to the best of my ability. Again, you cannot miss the update, the video cast we just produced. You've got to go click that link. I'm serious. It's vital to the understanding of this situation. I cannot stress it enough. We all know what goes on in the back rooms, if you would. And this is a big-ass orchestration. Major. Go check it out. God bless and carry on.
Yeah, I had gone to that link before. I was checking it out the other day. Hang on just a second. I'm wanting to take a peek and see if I got that stupid click in my mic again. Let's Do Coffee by Ben Time Traveler. Oops. Hang on. Gotta see what that is.
All right. I'm in Portland right now. All right? You tell me what coffee shop you hang out at, and I'll come have some coffee with you. Okay? Well, everybody knows where I'm at. No, I don't know where you're at. So comment down below what coffee shop you want to meet me tomorrow to have coffee with you. And I'll show up. And we'll talk. Alright? We'll talk, man. Me and you, we'll talk, brother. Alright? Comment down below. Tell me what coffee shop you're at. And I'll come see you tomorrow. And I'll have a cup of coffee with you. Right. Alright? Tough guy.
Damn. Ben's a little upset there. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Hang on, let me reallocate this mic. Okay, there it's back. I'll be glad then. You talking about the? Oh, that was Ben Time Traveler, Eric. He was out there too. No, I didn't see that, Don. And what link are you talking about, Clovis? I better not get Rick rolled here now, Don.
Hello, everybody. This is Coin 6 News at 4 o'clock. I'm Dean Silken.
And I'm Jennifer Hoff. Here's what we know about what's going on at the refuge. One of the spokesmen for the militia, Lavoy Finicum, is dead. The 7 people, including Ammon Bundy, who were arrested last night near John Day, just appeared in federal court.
They're all charged with conspiracy to impede officers of the United States. That is a felony. We are the only station that has been in Burns from the beginning, and as you see right there, the only station who was at the shooting scene right after it happened.
We have continuing live coverage today. We start with our Eileen Park, who spoke with a man who gives us an exclusive account of the Bundy's arrest on Highway 395 last night. Eileen.
Yeah, Jennifer, we extensively vetted this witness, and so far his story checks out.
He gave us this exclusive shot of the FBI blocking US 395. He said this was taken moments before the shootout took place. The witness, Raymond Doherty, says he was driving from Pilot Rock to John Day to pick up his daughter there for a road trip to California when they were suddenly stuck on the highway. This video you see here now is also video that our photographer, Dale Burkholz, shot of the scene, and he was the only news photographer there to capture it. Doherty, the witness, believes the FBI shootout he witnessed was with Ammon Bundy and other militia members. Here's his description of what happened.
When we first arrived on the scene and I got out of the pickup, there was a lot of smoke coming off of the Bundy vehicle, and the FBI was hollering at them. Those plenty of shots being fired. There was lots of shooting going on. But I didn't see anybody get shot. I saw them shooting at each other. Maybe 12, 15 seconds. But in that time, there was probably maybe as many as 5 or 6 shots went on. And you know, I really couldn't tell who was doing most of the shooting. I did see some shots hit the pickup.
Now, Doherty is one of 4 witnesses. He says after the shooting died down, the 3 protesters walked out with their hands raised one by one and surrendered. All of much more on this exclusive account at 5. Back to you.
All right, he was just driving down the road there to get his daughter and happened upon this just like our photographer did. Eileen.
Okay. Wow, that was interesting. Maybe I missed something on that site. What link is that, Clovis? Hang on. We'll get there. Oh. That would be the link here. Okay, let me go back to that. Maybe there's something I missed. Oh, not this one. Hang on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Freedom Fight.
I tried to get it before it came up. He's got stuff popping up on me. Give me a minute here, folks. I'm trying to get this up. Okay. I take it it's in the text. Black masses and such on certain days that line up with the planetary alignments and or the positioning of the sun and moon. They also have rituals on days dedicated to influential people from their organization. One of the reasons the month of January is important in their ritual calendar because it marks the progression of the sun from the darkest time of the year, the winter solstice. This report will examine a couple of demonic rituals that occur in January and how the timing coincides with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge and the death of Lavoy Finicum. Is it the video that's important here? I'm assuming this is a different video than what's on YouTube.
This is only the beginning.
Hang on a second. Somebody asked me if I'd put this on widescreen. Give me a second, and I will actually put it on a different screen. Okay? Yeah. I mean, I can't really put it on like widescreen because it's not shot in that, but I don't believe. Nope, I don't have no options for that. So, give me a second here. Alright, that's as big as I'm going to be able to get it. Right there. There you go.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Freedom Fighter Times. And finally it becomes clear as to why the issue is located in Oregon at Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. It is a historic place. It's a very symbolic place. And as you can see right now, it's a Masonic place. Now, before we actually get into this, I am not accusing anybody of anything. Let me say that first off, because there is no way to tell as at this very moment. I'm going to be pointing out signs and symbols and things that are quite strange and things that just mysteriously add up. At the refuge, there happens to be a Masonic cave. And just a little ways from there, there happens to be a Masonic lodge. The number is 97. If you'll notice in just a minute here, in one of the first videos that was released way back in the beginning of this, in the beginning of January, it was of the Hammond's house, which their street number was 979. That just happens to be an anagram, because it's backwards and forwards, of the Masonic Lodge. Now, okay, you're probably thinking, so what? It's just a number. Who really cares? That's totally fine. But I have another symbol for you, because not only is that the first sign or symbol, it happens to be named the Robert Burns Masonic Lodge. What else is weird is who was killed. Robert Lavoy Finicum. Two names from vastly different time periods, also tied to the Masonic Lodge. Now you ready for the last bit? The geography. So here is the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, where they are currently all holed up. Here is Highway 395, as you can see going up here. You'll see it there, it appears here. Here's Burns. So I imagine they'd go this way, straight up here, onto 395. Keep this in mind. Keep this stretch of road in mind. Now, as for what we just showed you in the beginning, this random person was entering into a cave. Happened to be a Freemasonic cave that is still used today for rituals. In fact, it's used quite often for rituals, according to the Masonic website. So, moving on from there, let's go to the location of the cave, and then let's also look at the Robert Burns Masonic Lodge number 97. Now, this may go over a lot of people's heads, but it's not intended to. It may confuse a lot of people, and I just hope you can get the message I'm trying to show here, and I'll explain it more and back it up with more articles in a little bit. But for now, we're looking at maps. Right where this Robert Burns Masonic Lodge, where the connection of 205 hits 395, it was said that Finicum was killed. They were ambushed on 395. Damn near this Robert Burns Masonic Lodge number 97. The number 97, as I just showed you in pictures, lines up to the Hammond's house. I also just showed you the wildlife refuge is really close to the Malheur Cave, which basically is a Freemasonic home, lodge, ritual center, blood sacrifice center, as I'll show in just a minute as well. If we continue, it only gets deeper. So this is update, new details emerge about Lavoy Finicum's death. He's just like, shoot me, and they did. What I wanted to show you is right here, just to prove my point. It's very frickin' strange that it happened to be a massive ritual day, ritual week, when he was killed, and has potential to ignite a civil war. Let me continue. John Day, Oregon. That's where they were headed, right? Where militant leader Ammon Bundy is believed to have been planning to set up a shadow government to prepare for an armed confrontation with federal authorities in Grant County. Now, let's go back here. Let's go find John Day. John Day. This is definitely the road that they were on. There is no doubt about it. They would have had to have crossed through here, which means my guess is they were just about out here, just outside of town, outside of Burns. I don't know exactly. I don't think anybody specified exactly where it happened. But it's very strange that it's just so close to this Masonic Lodge. And it just so happens to be that January 20th through the 27th is what's called the Grand Climax ritual or blood rituals in the Satanic calendar, conjuration of Talal, a warrior demon. And on the exact 25th happens to be Robert Burns night. That was 2 days ago. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go back over that. We're looking at the Robert Burns Masonic Lodge. On the 25th was his day.
Okay, that goes on for a little while. I will get the link to it. I'm not going to play all that. It's not that I'm not saying that it doesn't have anything to do with, or couldn't have anything to do with it. But I would really like to find the facts. Yeah, he was, but, there's a lot of information that we have out there that I'm kind of trying to dig into. I I'll see what I can hack of it. I mean, I'm not saying it's not related. I'm not saying that at all. But there's a lot of hard data that we could be going over. But
the 27th ends the Grand Climax blood ritual, massive sacrifice according to the Satanists, I guess, and their unholy crap. And he died right there, on that road. Now, you're either going to sit here and tell me that the number 97 pops up with the Hammonds. It's just some stupid coincidence, and here my mind is caught on to it. Or this is intricately designed beyond imagination. Because all of these signs, all of these symbols, they all mean something. I've been watching this for a long time, since pretty much it began. And I really want to thank Emma for the research behind this Robert Burns, because we're going to go into that in just a minute here. But I also want to thank for the cave, Professor Doom. I'm not a fan of typically any truther. I'm not friends or whatever with any of them. But I do happen to say that video he did was quite good, and it pointed this key piece out. Because this cave is very well known for the Nephilim. And that's in old history with a lot of the, guess what, Indians. Robert Burns Masonic Lodge, number 97, Malheur Cave. Freemason, clear symbolism of the Freemasons. If we scroll down just a little bit further, the following account of the legend of Malheur Cave, written by Julian Bird, pioneer Burns editor, was given one of the early sessions of Burns Lodge, held in the cave. While the entrance to Malheur Cave was found barricaded by the first white man who visited it, it was told by Captain Louis Paiute, Indian chief, who recently died in Burns. The legend dates back many years, and Captain Louis had it handed down to him by an aged ancestor. The legend was given by Dr. W.L. Marsden, a past master of Burns Lodge, at least 50 years ago, and is retold from memory. Therefore, much of the detail is omitted because of the lapse of time and faulty memory. The essentials, however, are as follows. Many, many years ago, long before the white man came to this country, when Malheur Lake was high and flowed out through the old river channel past the Malheur Cave and was the headwaters of the South Fork of the Malheur River, a large party of Paiutes, warriors, women, and children were camped on the border of Malheur Lake. While the women gathered roots, herbs, and seeds to dry for winter food, an epidemic came, which was taking the lives of many, especially the children. The Paiute medicine men were unable to cope with it. There was much misery, women weeping, children dying, and mothers grumbling against the priests and beginning to doubt for their potency. It happened that a group of Bannocks from Idaho or other points east were visiting at that camp with the Paiutes, the medicine men, who were becoming discredited and feared they would lose the respect and confidence of the Paiutes in their extremity to save their faces and reputation. Accused the visiting Bannocks of having cast a spell over the sick persons, and so eloquently pleaded their cause that the Paiute warriors attacked the Bannocks and all but exterminated the entire party. However, one or more, at least a small remnant of the Bannock party, escaped death and returned to Idaho. Upon being told of the cruel massacre of their tribesmen and the reason for it, Bannock warriors assembled a large party and started for Malheur Lake, with the intention of avenging the death of their fellows. When the invading party was yet several days off and in a camp, a coyote slipped into camp and overheard the boasts of the Bannocks and their intention to kill the entire band of Paiutes. The coyote, being a friend of the Paiutes, ran ahead of the invaders and warned the Paiutes, telling them of the overwhelming numbers, and advised the Paiutes to take refuge in some safe place, as they could not hope to withstand the invaders. Oh, really? That's kind of ironic. The coyote told the Paiutes of Malheur Cave, with its living water, where even though they were less in numbers, they could hold out against the greater odds. The Paiutes heeded the advice of the coyote, gathered up their supply of food and camp equipment, and hurried to the cave. The entrance was barricaded with rocks, and although the warring Bannocks discovered the Paiutes, they were able to keep them off. At first, Bannocks believed that they could starve the Paiutes. Holy crap. Wasn't that the first thing that they said they were going to do? Out, not knowing of the water and food supplies, and remained around the mouth of the cave for days, sending hundreds of obsidian-pointed arrows into the entrance and around the mouth of the cave. After many days, the invading party withdrew, and the coyote followed them on their journey for a few days, finally returning to his Paiute friends with the assurance that their enemy was well out of the country, and it was safe for them to come out. The Paiutes removed only enough of the rocks to provide an exit, and that is how the entrance was found barricaded by the first white men, and the reason for the presence of hundreds of arrowheads at its mouth and for some distance back into the cave. That is also why the Paiutes in the long ago revered the coyote and would not kill him. He was considered the wisest, slyest, and most cunning of all animals. In the days before the coming of the white men, Paiute Indians believed in transmigration of souls to the coyote and later to heaven, where all were restored to youth and lived forever amidst plentiful wild game, flowers, trees, lakes, and streams. As you can see, this entire land right there has been planned. I mean, let's get some of that clear here. The very first attempt by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to get the militiamen to leave was to starve them out, was to freeze them out, was to make them leave. Remember? See, the storyline's just a little too coincidental again and again and again. And of course, if we scroll down again, let me go back to it. The Bannocks, they believed they could starve the Paiutes out, not knowing the water and food supplies, and remained around the mouth of the cave for days, sending hundreds of obsidian-pointed arrows into the entrance and around the mouth of the cave. After many days, the invading party withdrew. What just took place? It was a complete and total psyop by the feds. They all backed off. The cops, the feds, everybody backed off. Even some of the militiamen thought it was safe enough that they could go home, see their families, and come back. And that is when they struck. You tell me how that's a coincidence, because it's not. It's a storyline, and it's just been replayed, except with a twist. So here is the greetings and welcome page of the Masonic Lodge number 97. Robert Burns Lodge is a Masonic lodge with over 118 years of history, chartered in June 12, 1890. When Burns, Oregon was still the wild outback of cattle ranches and timber. Our first worshipful master was C.A. Sweek. Our current master is Scott Shaw. The original lodge met in the Odd Fellows Hall in March of 1894. The lodge moved to a regular meeting hall rented from P.F. Stenger. In 1910, a new lodge hall was constructed at 406 North Broadway. In 1977, look at the 9s and 7s. A new lodge hall was constructed on the hill at 1210 West Taylor Street, just west of the cemetery. On October 1st, 1997, the lodge name was changed to Robert Burns to reflect the heritage of our name and pay full tribute to Robert Burns, 1759 to 1796, a Scottish poet for which the city of Burns and the lodge were named. Today, Robert Burns Lodge has a membership of close to 100 members. It meets on the first and third Mondays of each month at 7 p.m. Hey, wait a minute. He died the day after the Freemasons or the Masons met. Does anybody not find that odd? I do. Anyways, let's go back to here real quick because something else is coming down the turnpike here. On the 27th, which happens to be today, this grand climax blood ritual ends, which also brings about a warrior demon, supposedly. Now, what worries me with the rest of this situation is there's militia still on the ground, supposed militia. I don't know what militias are there, to be honest with you, even though, the 3% or whoever's there. The reason why I say supposed is because you don't know if they actually are militia or not. If they're just people standing their ground. That could be what it is, but we got to get to the bottom of it. From the very beginning, I always was saying something stinks with this. Something really, really, really stinks. I think we may have just found it. The whole timing of his death, how nobody else got shot, is very, very weird. According to Victoria Sharp, she said roughly 120 bullets were fired at the car. Nobody got shot besides Robert Lavoy Finicum, except for the other Bundy. He got hit with shrapnel in his arm. It just doesn't fit. It just doesn't make any sense. We know that they were unarmed, except for sidearms possibly, and we know that they crashed because he was trying to drive through and ended up he was trying to drive through their pullover or stop point or whatever you want to call it to get away from them shooting at the car. This whole thing really stinks. It really, really stinks. There's another date on here that rings a bit of a bell. And it happens to be the end of this month, which is the 30th. And it's Hitler was named Chancellor of Germany. Why does that really kind of ring bells? Because just recently, to tie it all in together, Senator Mitch McConnell enacted or is going to enact a bill on the Senate floor which would give the president or the future president unlimited international martial powers. Senators were saying this openly. What the hell is the chance that something horrific could break out just in time for them to, we got to pass this. He's got to be able to use the army and so on and so forth on American citizens. Because there is no geographic restriction and there is no duration restriction. In other words, giving him Hitler's powers. Now, here's the last little piece of this interesting time period with Hitler and how it's just really close to Robert Burns and this whole situation. It is well believed that there are plenty of tunnels underneath the earth. It just so happens to be that right at the cave happens to be entrances to this inner earth tunnel. What's very strange is, you can call me crazy or conspiracy theorist, whatever you want. Robert Lavoy Finicum was killed. All of it ties into something. One massive false flag to spark civil war and bloodshed. Because in doing so of that, guess what? Hitler, part 2, gets to rise to power and would potentially be named the Chancellor of America. I hope I put a lot of pieces together here with everything that's going on for you, because a lot of people had questions. And so I'm hoping that a lot of people can now understand why there is some strange strange stench to this entire situation. Hopefully, this makes sense of it. This is the Robert Burns, whatever you want to call it, because he was a Scottish poet. So I hope this makes sense to a lot of people. It's very strange that even the Indian story sort of lines up with directly what they are saying. Explain it. I bet you can. I want to thank you guys for watching and listening. God bless. And carry on.
Interested in news. Believe me, I study that stuff on my own time. Definitely. Miss Tro. Oh, well, let's see. Wow. That's got my brain all like in a different place right now. There's a lot of new stuff. There was a press conference about the ordeal with Lavoie, about they said that the four people were still there. I like Freedom Fighter and I enjoy watching his stuff. Don't misunderstand me. I really do. I wouldn't be subbed to him if I didn't. Hang on. I've got hang on. I've got emails here I'm trying to at least go through. And I will get back to the people that's emailed me and messaged me. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. I don't know if you came back in under a different name, Woody, but we will get that taken care of. As soon as I know how. Hang on.
can see your screen.
What?
We can see your screen.
Oops. I'm doing this all on the wrong screen. What? Wait, how's it this screen that's coming up? Should be this one. Oh yeah, that's the screen they see. Yeah, they're not seeing the one I'm working on.
Oh, it looks like the one.
No. They're seeing this one here. Here, let me see if I can give you guys a video while I try and help a Woody out. There was some, by the way, that, and of course everybody's doing videos about tonight, and I'm kind of trying to avoid playing a lot of them, at least right now, just out of respect from, but I do trust this guy, and I do want to hear what he has to say. So please pardon that, and that would be William Mount. I'm kidding, not William Mount. Everybody, I made a joke. It would be Gavin Syme. By the time I got like Will out, everybody's like, oh no. I was kidding, guys. Gavin Syme, though. I do want to hear what Gavin Syme had to say. Don't know what happened to defend your base. I haven't seen or heard anything yet. So, a lot of us were asking questions about, why are they still allowing him to be able to have data access to his phone? And maybe that's been cut out. So, oh, hi, Jeremy. Okay, so let me do this, and while that video is playing, I need to figure out how to undo something, because it's not where it used to be. They moved it, the bastards. And I'm sure he has sound that'll come in at some point. Oh, yeah. Why were you banned, Jeremy? Ah. And somebody clipped you? Hang on, I got to figure out how to do it. Miss Tro, we had to start doing it, hon. I know you're not used to that. We had to start doing it. We didn't have a choice. That's funny, Jerry. Hey, they're doing a good job, though. The mods are doing a really good job. Hang on, let me figure this out. What? See, I was told that it was. Let me look. Ah, okay. Um, while you're here, real quick, and I can get you, if you're still here, Jeremy, tell me what your the account. I don't know the last name for sure. It's real close to my last name, but no. By the way, no. She never did address that. Can you type the account? Okay, thank you. Are you dark mice? Then you know. If you are, then you know damn well that was a drone camera. It's not hard to find it out. A couple Google searches. Damn it! Stop moving, chat.
That's how I feel when I'm trying to ban people.
You know, there's a trick to it, right? Once they get up high enough, you can move the screen down just a little bit, and it stops. The chat will stop until you go back down. I can, Rezzy. I just Jeremy, I just had to figure out how to do it. That's like the channel name, right, Jeremy? Okay, Miss Tro. Hopefully, you're feeling me one up too. see, I see Alex and Angie.
Alex, what?
And Alex and Angie. Yeah, I'd have to know the actual channel name. I see your Resi Beans one. That came up. Okay, well, if you find out the main account name or whatever, just let me know. Let me see if I can find this other guy's that was accidentally clipped.
Everybody's doing it right.
We do have our mods are awesome though, I think. I think they do a great job.
Even if they have to be intoxicated.
See, I'm having a hard time finding his too.
Oh man, I want peanut butter jelly.
That ain't him. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna have to. Heck.
Obviously, I was typing. Oh.
Hey Legion, what's up? Oh. What, baby doll? Let me try and get into my email here.
Seriously, when I get a chance, I'm shooting
I'm about to go make some coffee.
her. Oh man. I want peanut butter jelly.
What, hon?
I'm so tired and looking at this tonight.
You know, I totally even missed what he said. What's his name? Well, hang on, I'm trying to...